What's going on, everybody? How we doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz, the Crypto Goat, and we got some pretty crazy news going on right now. And I bet you've been getting the fake news. So we're gonna give you the truth, because the truth is stranger than fiction, ladies and gentlemen. We've all been lied to us. We've all been lied to. The TV lied to us. It lied. Anybody watch that show, Solar Opposites? Solar Opposites, the creators of Rick and Morty. Awesome show. It's a little outlandish. They don't lie. Yeah, right. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and also sign up for the technical analysis classes. If you haven't already, the class is almost full. It is almost full. There's just a couple spots left. I'm keeping it limited. And that's so that we can have a more direct one-on-one, and we can teach you and get you out of the class and moved on and make room for new people. The idea is not to bring you into the class and milk you and let it drag on and on and on. The idea is to get you learn, profitable, and on your way. Don't forget to send in those daily heart me's, followed by 2 popular votes. That helps the algorithm. We got some new music, guys. So I own the rights to all the music that we use, because we do go live on YouTube and Twitch, and we cannot break copyright infringement. So because of that, we have our own music here. So I got us some new music. How's everybody doing today? TikTok seller, thank you for the 18 roses, the heart me, and the 2 popular votes. Appreciate you, brother. I haven't seen you live, man. I've been meaning to come in and throw some love your way, man. I've also been really busy. I've been so busy, man. Got food in my teeth. So Jesse is here. However, the air conditioning unit in the mission control area over here went out today. I don't know why. It was working fine, and it went kapoots. So I told them if they want to go home, they can go home, and I'll get a new air conditioner put in, hopefully by tomorrow. But they are here. Jesse and the IT guy are here right now. They are baking in the oven. They are a couple of cinnamon rolls. I'd say they're well done. They're cooked well done. Big Baller, thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you. Going live tonight with the ice maker. Just got it. Amazon Prime is a scam. They were late. Oh, dude, I have the ice maker, so I'll come rep for the channel, bro. I will be there. I'll see if I can get Jesse on there too. Hi, Getting Marie. How you doing? How's everybody doing today? Did you buy the dip? Let me tell you what, we've got a massive fair market value gap on the low side of this thing at like 206, 205. So it's probably going to come back down there for sure. I think it's going to come down lower. Fake news and speculation is what's fueling this pump right now. Because as you all know, Donald Trump cannot be made a fool of. So he has to control the narrative. And that's why we factor in the moon cheese. Looks like we just hit shy of 190. I think that there's still more room to come down, but I don't want to be biased, okay? The white light is still on. it is possible that we just don't hit that 175 mark, but I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced. All it takes is one attack, and I'm not even gonna say where because it could happen anywhere. Everyone seems to think that the whole World War III thing is squashed. Far from it. Okay, far, far from it. Okay. Gosh, I don't know how people believe that everything is just over like that. Things just don't work that way. And you know, I've been telling you guys, with a global economic shift, these things happen. Yeah, let me kill the music. No more music. I'm guessing it's going to go low at the end of the day. 190 is still too high. I think you're right. I think so we're opening up a new candle though today, and I think it continues upward just a little bit. I think it reaches 220 before it comes back down because the hopium is real. The hopium is real, but 220 is a strong rejection point. 215 to 220. All right. That once you get under 220, it is very difficult for it to move up above it, or it just kind of swings in between here. And that's cool too, because we can buy in at around like 210, 215, sell at 220, buy back in at 215, 220, and we can do that over and over and over. It's like printing money, and it works, but I want big bucks. Someone at work bought up Lockheed Martin. Nice. What's up, Sebastian? How you doing, brother? MVP, thank you for the heart me and the community crown. Appreciate you so much. MVP is our agent management. She's doing a wonderful job too, by the way. All my concerns. We now have our stream keys. So that's amazing because no more camera pointed at the screen. Thank God. Yes, happy Monday to you. And Sebastian, glad you're doing well. I'm doing well myself. I can't say the same for the staff. They are stuck in an oven right now. The air conditioner broke. So I got to buy a new AC unit. I don't know. Maybe it was faulty with the installation. We're going to have to figure it out. So this whole studio is brand new. Like, I don't understand why it's not working, but things happen. It could just be something simple. It could be something massive. Who knows? But the thing is it happened right when the show was starting. So as soon as it gets too hot, I'm sending him home. I said, go home. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. They're cooking right now. It's not too hot today, but it is warm. The room I'm in has a separate air conditioning unit and is completely well insulated. So I'm ice cold. You know, I'm freezing actually. My feet are cold right now. I got flip-flops on and it is really cold. It's 100 outside in Ohio. I think it's well over 100 where I'm at right now. But inside the studio, it's a cool 61 degrees. 47 degrees in Quebec. Is that Celsius? I would imagine you're saying that is 47 degrees Celsius. What temperature is that, Jesse, in Fahrenheit? 47 degrees Celsius is what in Fahrenheit? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the breakdown is. Jesse, say hi to everybody. I'm going to mic you up here, and you can tell everybody how toasty to the mosty you are right now. So I'm going to bring your mic up. Hopefully you're ready. Say hello to your fans. Everybody loves Jesse.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi guys, I am melting like the Wicked Witch in Wizard of Oz, but that's 116 degrees Fahrenheit here, so we're about 100 degrees here too, so we're just in a beautiful sauna, and it's gross, and sweat is gross.
I am so sorry. I do apologize for the air conditioning. We will get that fixed ASAP. My plan is to have it fixed by tomorrow, if possible. But thank you, Jesse. She will be here until she's not. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I told them to stay as long as you feel comfortable with staying. Don't stick around. The IT guy gets to come in here after the show and do all IT stuff that he does. So he'll be in the AC. But Jesse, go home if you want to. I really don't care. I'm sure the fans love to have you here, but and I do appreciate you staying until you can't stand it anymore. You don't have to do that. We got a pump. Let's fix that AC. I know, right? I didn't buy any though. I was actually just enjoying time with my family. Wanted to turn off the TV for a little while. I'm not convinced that this is over, but it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible that was it on the way down. It would retrace again, and you could get a chance to buy in at like $2, 201, 202. We'll see. Okay, but let me tell you this. All right, let me tell you something. Opium is fueling this right now. All right. Oh, there's the red candle. There is the red candle. That's too much movement for one day. It's definitely coming down to 110, 108 probably today. You will have another chance if you got in. Definitely take some profits. Not financial advice. But yeah, I'm figuring that this is going to be unforeseeable for the next couple weeks. So I'm just kind of like, on the weekend, I'm tuned out right now. Like, I need a break. I was just exhausted this weekend. I just wanted to check out from everything. With everything going on, it was just like, this is not good. I could not mentally take it. I thought we were going to $1 bazillion. Yeah. Do you buy Tesla right now? I haven't looked at Tesla. We mostly focus on, you know, crypto, but I guess we do the stock market too. This is financial news, so I guess, yeah, stock market included. Do you want to take a look at Tesla? Is that what you're asking? This is XRP. It says it right here, in case you didn't know. How's SXT going? Oh man, I haven't even looked. It might be doing all right, actually. It might be doing all right. If it didn't recover, it's probably going to shortly. Oh yeah, it got a little something. It'll probably retrace just like XRP to 668. 662, somewhere like there. And we'll just watch this one, wait for the bottom, and accumulate. But that's good. That's good that it just ran down the way it did and then got a retracement. That means we may have found the bottom. What I tell you guys, that if it broke 9 cents, that it was going down to like 5 cents, and look at where it landed. 580. 0586. That is pretty dang close. So there's a potential that it hits 5.5, but I say that this one is definitely due for a pump up to maybe 9 cents if it does, depending on what happens in the world. I'm hoping this thing does something come alt season, if we get an alt season. I want to believe that there's going to be an alt season. I do not know. If the world keeps being flipped upside down, who knows? Big Baller says last man standing gets $100. You know, I made a friendly wager with Mega Crypto. about rate cuts. And I'm starting to feel like I might lose just because I'm reading the news like today. But I feel like that's because the markets are pumping and they're feeding a little bit of hopium. And it's kind of 50-50 right now. But he says rates will probably go down. And I'm like, they're probably going to just stay the same. I think they're going to stay the same. And, you know, I'll get into why. Because the headlines read yes, but the facts say no. The war is over. There is a ceasefire, but wait, ceasefire is 6 hours. There is no ceasefire. You've been lied to. There is no ceasefire. It was a lie. You think rates will go up? I don't think they'll go up, but they could potentially stay the same. I'm kind of unsure. I think rates will come down or up later in the year. But yeah, if you think the war is over and there's a ceasefire, you've been lied to. Revolution says, neither Israel nor Iran governments have confirmed their agreement. I don't even think it's confirmed that there is an agreement, that anything's on the table. I have insider knowledge, but rates will go up. I have a feeling rates will go up. I'm leaning towards rates going up or staying the same. Let's get into the news. Let's get into all that. Schiff unveils presidential crypto ban legislation. Let's listen to the article.
Schiff unveils presidential crypto ban legislation. By Julia Shapiro. Senator Adam Schiff, Democrat from California, introduced legislation Monday seeking to bar public officials, including the president and his family, from certain cryptocurrency-related activities amid growing concerns about President Trump's involvement in the industry. The Curbing Officials' Income and Non-Disclosure Coin Act would prohibit the president, vice president, high-ranking executive branch employees, special government employees, and members of Congress from issuing, sponsoring, or endorsing digital assets. These restrictions would also extend to the immediate family members of public officials. President Donald Trump's cryptocurrency dealings have raised significant ethical, legal, and constitutional concerns over his use of the office of the presidency to enrich himself and his family, Schiff said in a statement. That is why I'm introducing legislation to prevent the financial exploitation of any digital assets by public officials, including the president and the first family, he continued. We need far greater scrutiny of the president's financial dealings and to stop him and any other politician from profiting off of such schemes. Trump and his family have increasingly expanded their footprint in the crypto space as his administration has pushed to create a more favorable regulatory environment for the industry,
need to know more.
Including through legislation.
Can we speak privately?
The president and his sons launched a crypto venture, World Liberty Financial, last fall, which has since released a stablecoin.
We can speak
Trump has
off
earned
the
about
record if you
$57
like.
million from the venture, according to a recent financial disclosure. He also launched a meme coin shortly before his inauguration and held a dinner with the top investors in the TRUMP token last month. Trump Media and Technology Group, the parent company of Truth Social, has raised $2.5 billion to create a Bitcoin reserve and has taken steps toward launching several crypto-related financial assets. Meanwhile, lawmakers have taken up the mantle of crypto legislation, with several Senate Democrats, including Schiff, joining Republicans to pass a bill creating a regulatory framework for payment stablecoins. Despite efforts by Democrats to add language to the bill, barring the president and public officials from profiting from digital assets, it ultimately cleared the upper chamber without such restrictions. The Genius Act now heads to the House, where Trump has urged lawmakers to quickly pass the legislation with few changes. Schiff appears to have benefited from the crypto industry spending in his primary last year, in which the crypto super PAC Fair Shake spent $10 million against his opponent, former Representative Katie Porter, Democrat from California.
All right. So this is, if that gets passed, I'd say that's bearish for the market because that means a lot of big money won't be able to get into crypto. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Neo, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. Appreciate you all for your gifts. You guys are incredible. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk off the record because I want to know. I want to know so I can at least know. So the ceasefire is a lie. Haven't had the time to look into it. Yes, the ceasefire is a lie. We'll get into it. Stay tuned because we will be covering that. I have the facts. I have the facts for you people. Coin market cap briefly hacked to drain crypto wallets via fake Web3 pop-up. Coin market cap, the popular cryptocurrency price tracking site, suffered a website supply chain attack that exposed site visitors to a wallet drainer campaign to steal visitors' crypto. We don't need to get into the nitty gritty of this. I'm going to move forward because we're going to cover more of like what's going on with the war. But yeah, be safe, ladies and gentlemen. If something seems off, it probably is. This is the Wild West, okay? Be smart. It's time for XRP, question mark. PFM Crypto unveils first ever XRP cloud mining contracts with daily payouts. A new era for XRP begins. A breakthrough in XRP mining is finally here. Farrington, England, June 23rd. A breakthrough in XRP mining is finally here. As the digital asset market awaits XRP's next big move, PFM Crypto has taken a major leap forward by launching its revolutionary XRP cloud mining contracts, an innovative model that brings daily profits to users without requiring any hardware or technical skills. This move has already sparked significant excitement among crypto investors and XRP enthusiasts worldwide. For months, XRP has been consolidating with a tight price band, leading many to believe that a breakout is on the horizon. In this context, PFM Crypto XRP mining contracts offers not only provides a new income stream, but also strengthens confidence in XRP's long-term utility value. This is cool. Okay, this is cool, but the question is, how relevant is XRP anymore? I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it sure does seem like we're headed towards CBDCs. I was watching Bullish Babe and Cosmic Crypto today, and they nailed it. All these different companies, Walmart is coming out with a stable coin, Amazon's coming out with a stable coin, all these different companies are going to have their own stable coins, and it's starting to seem like banks. Okay. You know how you don't have enough money in your account for a transaction, you get an overdraft fee, and the bank basically punishes you for being poor, right? We're going to cover that, Guinea Marie. Hold off on spoiling the news. Guinea Marie, you're spoiling the show. So yeah, I think we lean more towards a CBDC kind of thing. Stable coins are the new CBDC, and you know, you're gonna have to go and trade this stable coin to that stable coin, and it's gonna facilitate. They're gonna use, you know, XRP for some of these and other coins for that. But you know, I have a feeling it's going to be business as usual, like with the banks. I think we're all going to be gravely disappointed at what we actually get from crypto now in the future. Right now, it's still, you know, the Wild West. But once institutions take over, it's going to be, you got to transfer from this stablecoin to this stablecoin. You got to pay these gas fees. And if you don't have enough for the transaction, you're going to receive a overdraft fee kind of thing. And I don't see a bright future for crypto anymore. Spider-Man says, Oz, what's up, bro? We still bearish. I think BTC drops to 95K before a big boom. I think you're right. I think we got more downward movement. The beginning of the month is coming. XRP sell-off comes with that, and then we have tariffs and reciprocal tariffs July 9th. So no, I don't think it's over. I think it's just hopium to keep Donald Trump from looking bad. All right, I guess I got to cover the other news since everyone's talking about it in the chat. Wait a minute. Syringe horror. 145 revelers stabbed with syringe in wave of attacks at a huge music festival after calls on social media to jab women. Around 145 am I saying that right? Revelers have been stabbed with syringes in a wave of horror attacks at the music festival. Victims were largely teenage girls, were taken to the hospital toxicology test after fears they could have been injected with a mysterious poison. Some reported feeling unwell following the pricks. Millions took to the cobblestone pavements across France on Saturday to attend the street music festival Fête de la Mystique. The stabbing happened across France with 13 jabbed in Paris after unpredicted crowds hit the capital, according to cops. The disgusting calls on social media had spread before the festival, calling for women to be stabbed, according to Le Monde. French cops have arrested 12 people over the stick attack. Some 50 were stabbed with the southwestern city of... I'm not even going to begin to try to pronounce that. They have not clarified if the syringes were spiked with a chemical such as date rape drug GHB. 10 girls are alleged to have been attacked by one man with a syringe in northwestern French city Metz. Cops tracked down the suspect by using CCTV footage, according to the mayor. He said the municipal police identified him on Rue... God, I can't speak French. They arrested him and made him available to the National Police Justice Department. I hope that investigation, particularly through the examination of his cell phone, would lead to the identification of other attacks. Some 370 people were arrested at the county-wide festival at large on various charges. It comes as bride was gunned down at her wedding on Sunday after a gang of hooded gunmen arrived. It was reported a gang of hooded gunmen up in a Golf 8 opened fire on the bride and groom as they were leaving the celebration, according to the Carpentras prosecutor office. The bride is tragically killed alongside one of the attackers. It is allegedly they were crushed by the groom's car as he tried to escape. Two very, very crazy stories. So yeah, little out of order from how we do the show, but that's so sad. This is why, like, social media, guys, come on. Seriously, like, reel it in with the awful, awful hate. I just can't, I can't understand why people would do such a thing. But the world is evil, and that's why I try to do something positive with my show, because I could very easily come on here and pump moon cheese. And let me tell you, I would probably blow up, because it seems like that's what people want to hear, and that's what the algorithm wants to push. But we have to fight harder because of it. But at least I know I can sleep at night, even though I don't sleep. I know that I can rest my soul in peace when the time comes, because I did something good. At least I hope I'm doing something good. I really do. As creators, we have an obligation to our followers and our following, and it's very, very important that we take into consideration the lives and livelihoods we have in our hands. Oz not kidding. First thing happened to me today. My FYP page is always messed up. I opened my app. Yep. And we'll get to that one. Back to the financial stuff. Wait a minute. Where is it at? Oh, there it is. All right. All right. So XRP can be mined now. We'll see how that goes. XRP news today. XRP falls on speculation of U.S. seizures of court silence. XRP fell 2.67% amid speculation of U.S. may seize Ripple's escrowed XRP for national reserves. Interesting. Not going to happen. Okay. Legal uncertainty depends as XRP waits for Judge Torres' ruling on the SEC Ripple settlement motion. XRP falls from to 199, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Crypto analyst John Squire suggested the U.S. government could take Ripple's XRP held in escrow and hold the seized tokens as a national reserve. However, pro-crypto lawyer Bill Morgan dismissed the claim, simply saying, no, it won't. And it won't. I'm telling you, the end of the month is coming. The dip is coming. It is in Ripple's best interest to keep the price as high as possible before the end of the month so that they can offload their tokens, okay, dump it on you, and then it go down, and then it climb back up with all their hopium. This is why I'm angry. I'm angry with XRP because of what they're doing. Like, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. They're using social media. They're using people. Read the next sentence. I'm only allowed a certain number of characters. It didn't show up. It may have been blocked. Type it in again. So yeah, government seizure of XRP. Yeah, right. Come on, spare me. Freaking spare me. Anything. They will say anything to keep the price up now. It is just ridiculous. This is the most outlandish claim that I've seen so far about XRP. This has got to be the most outlandish. This is more outlandish than when they were like, oh, we're going to pay our fine in XRP. Yeah, right. Oh, it said there was a guy live worshiping the devil. What? You talking about the music festival? Honestly, whatever. Whatever. They're going to say all kinds of nonsense. Who cares? Oh, your FYP page? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? My not my Facebook, but my TikTok got hacked. My Discord got hacked. TikTok sellers Discord got hacked. A lot of craziness. By the way, there are a lot of fake accounts that look like mine. Be careful. I will never reach out to you and ask you questions. You know, you will always message me first, and I will respond back to you. Okay, and that's only if you're a deluxe subscriber. You have a way to identify me. That's good. The best way to identify me is where it says at Oz the Crypto Goat. All lowercases, no spaces. Every platform is identical. I got mine back, but I've been using Discord for years. I've never been signed out. Interesting. Yeah, the scams are in full force. And I think that may have something to do with Iran, maybe. Who knows? And wow, look at all the gifts. Thank you guys. Let's see. Looks like Marco sent a heart me. Crypto TV with Trey with a heart me. Marco with a goat. Marco with a rose. Simont with the heart me and the 50 popular votes. Marco with the 3 GGs. Marco with the 7 goats. Marco with the 13 roses. Rihanna with the rose. TikTok seller with the 23 roses. Rihanna with a heart me. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all your love and support. Let me change the live goal. I think I have an old goal on here. Let's do something easy. Let's do a fun, easy one. As much as I like the animated ones, I get it. We're not a big show and we don't get tons of gifts, so it is what it is. This thing works sometimes and it... Okay, there we go. Let's do that. There we go. We got a new live goal. And guess what? They can't... Well, I mean, they can still hit me with the Shadow Bee. But we got our stream keys now. Simon with the dragon crown, thank you very much. And Rihanna with the finger hearts, Revolution with the finger hearts, appreciate you. Thank you, Simon, for the dragon crown. I've got a stupid filter on my head, and I don't like it. How do I get rid of that? Aha! Stupid filter. There we go. I think that fixed it. Is the stupid crown on my head? I hope not. What does stream keys means? It means that I won't ever have to point my camera at the screen ever again. Thank God. Oh wow. Revolution, thank you for the finger hearts, and TikTok seller, thank you for the 3 finger hearts. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys so much. You have no idea. Like, I never would go on the internet and give money to anybody. Like, I do it now because I get gifts and I want to give them to other good creators, and then they come back and they give to me, and so it's just going back and forth. But it keeps the algorithm going. But like, never ever would I ever give anybody money on something like this. So the fact that you guys are giving really means a lot to me. It really does, because I'll tell you what, I was a stingy tightwad for a very long time. Now I've become more generous because I've become more wealthy and established in my life. But yeah, I'm trying to give back to the world as best I can. Gina Marie, thank you for, what is that? The backing monkey? Jesus, thank you for the heart me. Neo, thank you for the 5 popular votes. Gina Marie, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Let him cook. Send in the let him cooks. Let me cook. You have a heart of gold. I don't know about that. I'm flawed, okay? But I do for the people, I do have a heart for the people. I can be selfish sometimes, of course. Like, I'm not perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Far from perfect. But I do, my soul screams out for people. Wow, you guys are incredible. Guinea Marie with the woolly hat, or no, that's Jesus with the woolly hat. Guinea Marie with the 5 let him cooks. Jesus with the 7 let him cooks. Crypto Slayer, what's going on, brother, with the let him cook, and Crypto Slayer with the heart me. Seamont with the 15 Let 'em Cooks. Thank you guys so much. You guys are just incredible. I can't believe how much you guys. We're already at $7 for this live. That's awesome. Like, we're making a little bit of money today, you know. That's awesome. Ooh, we got to do this one, okay? The community crown. The more of these we get, let's see if we could do like 5 of them. The more of these community crowns that we get, the better it is for the community fest that we are in the top ranks of right now. Or at least we were for a moment. Let's see how many of those we can get. Those are really, really good right now to get. Marco says, if you didn't, you wouldn't be doing this. I guess you're right. I mean, I don't have to do this show. I want to do it. But I want to help people, you know, and I don't know. Too many people got hosed in crypto, man. Too many people. What's up, crypto bro? Cosmic Crypto is in the house. Cosmic Crypto with the hand hearts. Crypto Slayer with the community crowns times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, Crypto Slayer. You know, Wadi didn't want to let me have you talk the other day. I was listening to the live over, and I was like, no, we're gonna let him talk, man. And honestly, I think you didn't have nothing bad to say, man. So I appreciate you coming on, and you know, nothing but respect on this show, especially to creators, but also to the fans and the people. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 9 roses. Thoughts on fart coin? I'll tell you this right now. I will always hold a fart. I will always hold a fart coin just so that I can say that I'm holding a fart. Is it going to make you rich? Possibly. Hot air rises. Yeah, of course, Crypto Slayer, man. Nothing but love. Let's do these community fests. Do that. Here we go. These community fest ones are like the best thing that you can send right now. Can we look at Circle? Yes. I think it hit 240, which is awesome, but make sure you're still taking profits. Not financial advice. Holy crap. All right, the gifts are just coming in like crazy. Are you guys just super happy that you didn't lose a ton of money? Dude, what the heck, man? You guys are incredible. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. Why are you guys sending me money? Revolution with the 5 communities. Cosmic Crypto with a community. I'm just going to say the names out. Okay, Rihanna, Guinea Marie, Seamont, Cosmic, and Marco. Thank you all for the gifts. Revolution says she would be happier if she was in air conditioning. I know. I can't believe it literally broke right before the show. Let's do 100 of these then. They're just coming in too fast. Cosmic, do you want to come on the show? Cosmic, you're allowed to come on the show, but you got to have your camera on. Send me a request. Are you gonna have the camera on? Because I'm telling you, bro, like, your facial expressions are a laugh riot. All right, I'm gonna put the news away because Cosmic's coming on. I'm always excited when guests actually want to be on my show. Yeah, he's an animated character. I know, but I get it. There's no place to request. All right, hold on. Oh, that's because I'm not. You got to. Okay, Cosmic, this is what you got to do. You got to go live and then request to be a co-host. Because I'm in dual setup. I didn't expect to have a guest on today. So you got to come in as a co-host. Let me see if you're on here. If I can request you. Yeah, you're going to have to go live. I could end the live right now, but yeah, dude, if you want to come on as a co-host. And it's better for you and for your channel. Then they can hop over to you and add you. All right, I'll be expecting you. In the meantime, we will cover the news. Cosmic Crypto is one of my top favorite creators. Gotta put a shirt on. Hey, did you see my shirt, bro? Yeah. I got the shirt and the mug to match it. Don't forget to order your shirts and your mugs. The link is in my Discord, and the Discord link is in my bio. Get your goated out swag. Get goated out with some swag, peeps. Freedom says, please put a shirt on. Don't want to see him flexing. Actually, I think a shirtless Cosmic is good for the show. Only if he's dancing on his desk, though. That's a little inside joke. Where's Bullish Babe at, man? Let's make it a party. Live goal achieved. Thank you guys so much. And don't forget to show your love for Cosmic Crypto. Send him a follow. Send him a follow, like his stuff, you know, give him some support. He's starting over from scratch. So, and he's a great creator. If you want some good crypto comedy, that's your guy for sure. I mean, we have our moments here where it's fun and laughs, but my guy is hilarious, and his live with Bullish Babe, those two are a laugh riot. I can't help it. Let me see if Cosmic's on here. Not yet. He's probably still putting a shirt on. He's got to get those massive muscles in his shirt. Can you take a look at Circle? Yes, I will take a look at Circle. Give me a moment. But if Cosmic comes up, you're going to have to wait a little bit. But I will try to look at Circle. Actually, there it was right there. Let's go into the hour. That looks like a bull flag. Is that thing about to take off? It could be a bear flag, okay? Hear me out. It could be a bear flag. Keep an eye on it. It depends if this is the pole or if this is the pole. This may be a bear flag, though, sending it down. I tried. It says this live is age restricted. Are you not old enough to be on the show? All right. Should we end the live and have you come back on? I think I'm going to end the live and switch over. I want Cosmic on the show. I'm a huge Cosmic fan. I'm such a Cosmic fan. I'm going to end the live and we're going to go live again, okay? So everybody hop back in. Even though we're 40 people strong, I don't care. Dude, I got you, bro. You're going to come on as guest. Everyone will come back. 40 is okay numbers. It's still kind of low. I will be right back. I will be right back. Come back to the show. We're going to just end it briefly. I will see you all in like 10 seconds. We're back. What's up, Cosmic? What is going on, crypto bro?
Oh my God, I made it to the Oz show.
Yay!
Wow!
Dude, yes. So glad to have you, man.
Bro, we've only been
hopefully-
trying this for like 2 weeks, right?
I know, right? It's been a minute. I've been trying to get you on since before your account got banned.
I know. I look so tiny.
I know,
I'm
right?
like mini.
Mini Cosmic.
So what's
how you doing,
happening?
man? Dude, I'm chilling. Not the staff. They are cooking to death right now. The AC broke in mission control, and so they are
Oh,
toasty
no.
to the mosty. I told them
Oh,
they could go
no.
home, but they're still here because they're troopers.
They're sticking it out. They're troopers.
They want to get paid, is what it is.
Nothing wrong with that.
I have a question for you, bro. You mentioned September, October, end of the bull run. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it seems weird, right?
I know, right?
Everybody's like calling for November, December. You know, number one, it usually doesn't go the way people think, but what I think we're seeing literally is the topping of the equities market, and we're seeing a rotation of capital. And usually when that happens, it doesn't take too long before things get moving. And I could honestly see us having a good 30 days of altcoin season out of it. It just really puts that time frame from where I think, you know, where we're going right now, things really start kicking off here, especially in, you know, maybe mid in July, August, and that kind of finishes up, you know, around September time frame. So that's where I'm at right now, man. That's my thesis. It could always change. It has been the same for at least, I don't know, 4 or 5 months now, I think.
Dude, I'm on the same track with you, bro. I think there's even a possibility we don't get an alt season. Like, it could maybe even be over. Like, okay, I'm not one of those where I'm like, okay, the bull run's over, you know, and all that, but I want to give it a little bit of attention because there is the possibility, you know, everyone's waiting for alt season. Maybe we don't get an alt season. The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. And there's more projects than there's ever been, which I think plays a factor. But at the same time, I think because people want it to happen, it will have some sort of an alt season. I just don't think it's going to be what people are expecting. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I don't think either that it's going to be what we have seen in the past. I think initially it will. I think initially things will start moving together, but at some point I think you're going to really start seeing the narratives pop more in certain coins. I don't think a bunch of coins are going to go and hit new all-time highs. I think very few will. If you look back at the first cycle, I believe it was under like 20% of the top 100 actually set new all-time highs.
Right. I'm wondering if we even hit all-time highs.
I think some coins will definitely will.
I think XRP has a good chance of
Yeah,
doing that.
XRP. And it's funny. It's like if you look at it, some of the coins that either a touched their all-time high or surpassed it had a really shallow bear market in this last bear market. So if that was one of your factors in picking which coins you wanted to grab, that had been a great factor. Mine was a lot of development data, things like that. But I think a lot of coins can hit their retracements because what usually happens is retail, you know, and I know we're all retail here, but we're also like active market participants, right? But eventually retail sees money being made quickly and they think they could do it too. And what do they usually do? They'll probably hop in. I think a lot of people start hopping in when they start seeing other people making money and they think they can make it too. Because that's when the tops usually come in.
That's kind of a bummer too, because like If you're chasing green candles, man, you're doing it wrong.
Correct.
Yeah. You run with the bulls, you get the horns, you know?
But it's like everybody has to like go through it and learn it, right? You're very lucky if you have just popped into this market, within the past, I would say 3 to 4 weeks if you're that new, because you missed a lot of the other stuff, and this is a great buying time. You're not so lucky if you bought, February's high because you're down, right? And you're like, oh, this sucks. I bought this and whatever. But the good news is that this is how this usually feels at the bottom, when you don't think they're going to be able to get back, and it's all going to be over, and you're second doubting your decisions and everything. And that's how that feels, because the other side of this is it's going to keep going up. It's going to just keep going up forever, right?
Yeah.
And I think we're going to get some pop, like you said. I don't think it's going to be what we've seen, because during those times we've had markets that were like not so correlated to just a couple assets, more expansion in the market.
Exactly. I think I'm kind of worried about crypto with the way things are going. People are buying the tops and more normies are getting in, and I think they're going to get turned off the crypto. They're going to get ran out, and they're just going to get a bad taste in their mouth, and they're going to be like, oh man, I bought in and I was too late and it's over. And they're all going to just go to sleep and say, see you in 4 years. And I think the next bull run could possibly come sooner with like some kind of regulations or things like that. What do you think about that?
I think people are going to always do what people do, and that's act like people. And they're going to they're going to make dumb decisions. They're going to FOMO, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they bought the tops last cycle. They'll probably buy the tops again this cycle, right?
Yeah. They think it's a get rich quick scheme,
It is really to them, not to us. Like we're different. We've been here for a while, right? A lot of us have, and we understand that this is not a super get rich quick, right? Like shit, I bought most of my stuff when FTX collapsed, right? So I've held that investment. I'm up a lot on my investments. H bar at 3 cents, Algo at 8 cents, and XRP at 51 cents and below, and it's like I'm in profit in their profit, but I'm also waiting for the big stuff to happen, the melt facing rallies that I think several of these coins will have.
I think people are all waiting for that. I just don't think it's coming this cycle. What do you think?
No, I definitely see it for some coins, because even a retracement. So let's just say your coin doesn't go set a new all-time high, but what if it hits 2021 retracement? That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're talking algo going from 16 cents to $1.75. It can't be mad at that.
When I say face melting, that's like me saying that XRP is going to like $10. I just don't see that happening.
I can see that happening, as long there's a couple things that have to happen. Number one, obviously, this is all dependent upon Bitcoin. Everything, the prices and everything is dependent upon where Bitcoin goes to. If Bitcoin, only hits, 135, 140, which is kind of my thoughts, then my biggest probably sell order for XRP is going to be around that $8 range. If it goes to 150, then it definitely could hit that 10, 11, 12, $13. But really, it just depends on where Bitcoin kind of just heads up to.
Do you think I'm starting to feel like maybe Bitcoin doesn't pull back like it normally does and
it
maintains dominance for a while? Because think about it.
I can tell you
Institutions
why.
are buying it up like crazy.
Nothing goes up forever.
True.
It's always a natural correction to things. The
This is very
yin,
true.
the yang.
But you know what I'm kind of noticing is everything is moving. I'm calling it like the simul cycle or the unicycle.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is moving with Bitcoin. So I'm wondering, and I'm speculating on this. Like, obviously, I want there to be an altcoin season. I don't want to be the fudder in the chat. You know what I mean? Actually,
I know. I get it. I get it.
my last name is Fudder. Like,
But just
legally.
remember, when does altcoin season happen? It
After-
happens at the end of the Bitcoin cycle.
Right.
And we just ain't there yet.
I know. I want to believe. At the same time, I'm wondering, like, are we going to see what we've seen in the past, or is it going to fall short? I do know.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to fall short, but it's going to be, I think that it's going to be more of the layer ones. I think it's going to be more of like Ethereum, XRP, Price Solana, things like that. And not so much like really low caps, right? Which will force a lot of the people in the lower caps into layer ones. One thing I see for Ethereum doing very well, if that staking ETF gets approved, I think it will suck a lot of liquidity out of its layer twos.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think it's going to be probably top 5, top 10 are going to, reign supreme. Obviously, Ethereum is going to do something because it's pretty much everything is built on Ethereum blockchain. So
yeah, most of Web3 is either
Yeah.
built on or connected to it in some kind of way.
I'm not a big fan of Ethereum, to be honest with you, and mostly it's because of gas fees. It's
Yeah.
just so expensive. But what keeps me like going with Ethereum, I'd say, is its security. So it has that going for it, and that's why I'm into SXT. Have you heard of it?
No, I don't think I've heard of that one.
Bro, you got to look into this one. You can thank me later, okay? It just dropped May 8th. I know you don't like the new ones.
That's another new shiny thing.
I know you don't, but look at this. Look at this chart. Can you see it?
Look at this coin from this low market cap. How much is it?
Right now it's about 7 cents.
7 cents.
Yeah, I think the market cap's at like, I'd say it's probably like 120 million now. And the circulating supply is very low. Very low. And there's no like mass holding, like, so the company's not holding like a massive amount of it and like leaking it out, kind of like XRP. So it's all out there. At least to my knowledge. Okay. There hasn't been anything, but dude, check out the utility on this one. This is off-chain data verification on the Ethereum network. So it's unhackable by quantum computing. And also it has military possible application. It doesn't come out directly and says it, but it's speculating that it could have military applications because it can store intelligence that cannot be hacked, and it can verify that data off chain. So like it's pretty spectacular. Definitely check it out. You can thank me later.
You thank me later. How about this? How about you just send me $1,000 of it, and I will take it and then hold it for you.
I'm holding my own.
Oh,
I
dang.
got plenty of it. I bought it here at 10.5 and it went to like 10.3, and then the next day it ran all the way up to like 15 cents.
You know why I don't really like newer coins so much?
What?
Is I usually don't make smaller trades, right? Like when I put money into a project, I'm not putting a couple grand, right? I'm putting larger amounts of money because I understand this is a volume game, so I don't have to pray that XRP goes to $8 to $10 to have life-changing money. I can just go to 4 or 5.
Exactly. That's where I'm
Right?
at. Dude, I bought
Right?
XRP in 2016.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying though. So like moving big amounts of money like that, you should see my algo bag is ridiculous. My H bar bag is ridiculous, and it's so hard for me to want to get into anything else that and just risk a couple thousand or something on it, right? Just to make maybe 5,000 6,000. Like I'm trying to retire after this run.
Dude, I feel that. So I'm actually retired now. I'm 37 years old, completely retired. That's why I do this like 5 days a week now because I got nothing better to do. But dude, I've been putting since 2016. I've been putting money into pretty much bullish on XRP and XLM, and every time it was down below 50 cents, I'd buy a couple $100.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And so when it ran up, I believe it was December 5th, I didn't take any profits and it came back down. And I was like, I'm going to hold until Trump gets actually inaugurated. So on inauguration day, when it ran up like crazy, I took my profits there. And then I got out of the market on January 30th. Or I think it was the 29th. You all right?
There's a weird ass bug looking at me. I had to make sure he was not gonna like kick my ass. I might actually walk away.
But yeah, dude,
But you got out right in the nick of time, he said?
Just in the nick of time. So like I got out about 3:15, 3:10, somewhere around there. I think it was like 3:10.
Oh yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
it's been running down. And so basically I've just been watching it, waiting for it to bottom out in the middle of the summer to get back in for the alt season. And I'm watching, I'm waiting. I'm hoping that we hit like 175.
And you should already be getting ready to push them in.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm thinking July 12th through the 15th. Somewhere around there is going to be the sweet spot.
That's what I see too. I mean, obviously the narrative could be, they cut rates, right?
Ain't happening.
Probably not, but there's that narrative exists, right?
That's what's keeping
it doesn't
up.
have to happen, but maybe people believe it to be happening, right? There's a difference.
You know what?
Right.
I call that moon cheese when it's the cheese that they set in the trap that makes you think it's going to the moon.
But usually it's the things that we don't know, the surprises is what moves markets, right? And obviously I see Bitcoin moving first. Bitcoin will obviously get a nice little big power boost, and I think that would be its very last one at that.
I'm thinking 150.
I would like to see that. I would love to see that. That would definitely bring my targets a little bit more up for some of my coins. I like to be conservative when I'm doing my exit strategies, and that would definitely bump them up a little bit if it went to 150. I'm still seeing like probably 130, 140. But I would love to have my expectations blown, because one thing I have learned is never underestimate a bull market either.
Agreed. This is the thing though, is like we're like on the verge of World War III.
It feels like it. It feels like it.
It really does. And let me tell you this. History has shown that every time there is a global economic power shift, it always results into all-out hot war.
It's a possibility. I think that bad times are coming. I don't know what those bad times are or what those bad narratives are, but I just see the bubble popping before that happening.
I don't know. I feel like it's a 50-50 chance of it happens after or it happens during, and it just completely wipes out the market, man. And everybody is just like complacent and they're just like, okay, the bull run's over. We missed out. See you in 4 years. And then all of a sudden something happens that's irregular, out of the ordinary. Institutions move in, buy up the bottom, and then it takes off and all the normies are left in the dust.
I can see something similar playing out, that way. Because obviously I see a very bad future for the stock market.
Oh, yeah.
So I would have to assume, since we're not decoupled from the stock market, that crypto is going to suffer whatever the stock market suffers.
I think a lot of people are moving away from the stock market and into crypto. It's almost like a hedge now.
Yeah, I meant the gains are a lot better if you obviously get the right picks. But what I like to see is some of those stocks tokenized on crypto.
Oh, yeah. You talking about like White Rock?
I'm talking about more like Algorand.
Dude,
there's a lot of stocks.
That's where I'm at. Everybody in the chat knows. I completely shifted my focus from XRP. Obviously, this bull run, XRP is probably going to be champion supreme. But I'm thinking next bull run, man, Algorand, bro. Algorand all the way. I've been known to pick them. Like I picked Shiba in 2020. I bought Shiba in May of 2020. And I bought it because I was like, okay, what's the next Doge? And
Right.
boom, right? So like right now I'm here with XRP. I'm like, okay, what's the next XRP? What's the next narrative? Algorand, RWAs all the way. And dude, I'm like an Ondo too. I know it's a little bit new, but dude, real estate, there's a lot of money sitting there. So I pretty much moved away from currency tokenization, and I'm just 100% bullish on RWAs right now. I think that's the future. I think tokenization really has no future because I think most of everything that's currency is going to be focused on stable coins, and some of these coins will play a role, like XRP, for instance, will probably be used as like a liquidity pool and servicing gas fees, but I don't see it being what everyone thinks it's going to be. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what XRP becomes, but all I do see is, I think we have X amount of time left. That things are going to be slowly closing out. It has the most narratives to win now.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a win now, kind of deal, right? I don't know what's going to happen in the bear market and after, and if it continues to have monstrous runs, I can't tell you that yet, right? But all I can tell you is, as of right now, the way that things have lined up, where different possible outcomes from like the court case, ETFs, there's a bunch of good news after good news after good news stacked that could come right when liquidity is in the market.
Yeah. And I think that's what everyone's banking on, the hopium. This is where I'm at with the case. Let's talk about the case. I don't know if they actually will drop the injunction. I don't know if you know this about me, but I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to become a crypto creator. I don't know what I was thinking, but here I am. So I do know a thing or two about the legal process, and I'll tell you this right now. One is, this is going to be drawn out. It's going to be lengthy. And I think that it's in Ripple's best interest to draw it out, because I think the narrative of what's going to happen with XRP keeps the price up every single month. And that is good for Ripple because they get to unload coins every month at a higher price. It's a fundraiser, right? So it's in their best interest to drag this thing out. Okay. Second, if they are going for a settlement right now, right? And that's what we're waiting on, is the judge to approve that settlement. I think what we'll probably get is a 60-day continuance from the judge. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she does rule on it, but I'm thinking more or less 60-day continuance. And let's just say that it is dropped, okay? that doesn't necessarily mean, even if the SEC has agreed to it, that the injunction will be removed. Because if they are paying a fine, which is an admission of guilt, okay, that means that XRP broke the law, which means if they broke the law, they cannot remove the injunction legally. The court has to operate within the laws. All right. And here's the kicker is, until there is clear legislation that is passed that states that cryptocurrencies are commodities, not securities, something like that, and the law is changed, I believe that injunction will stay in place.
Man, I didn't study for any bar.
I mean,
I'll
the
be
law is
honest
the
with
law.
you. I have no idea. However, what I do know is this: is number one, obviously the SEC is more crypto friendly, and I'm pretty sure Judge Torres is tired of dealing with this case. It's just going nowhere. But we'll see. Who knows what happens? I'm thinking more that, things will probably get dropped. You said 60 days. That
Yeah.
takes us where?
I think September.
Whoa! Isn't that where I told the big excitement I think it's going to happen and end up being the ending? Around September time frame. So it could play out that way, right?
Right.
And XRP is known to be one of the last ones to pump.
Exactly.
I don't think XRP has had its bull run pump yet. People are like, oh, it went to like $3.30. Well, you've seen the same thing that happened to Solana, where Solana had crashed, $8-9, and eventually it caught back up with that fair value of the rest of the market, right? Same thing with XRP. I think that pump was it bringing it back to fair value of the market, and we have not even seen XRP's pump yet.
Yeah, because it kind of got it didn't really get the pump it deserved last bull run. It fell short. And so I get that.
Didn't Tron fall short too?
I'm not sure, but I'll
I think
tell
they
you what,
did.
I've been looking into Tron, and I'm wondering if it's a good investment or if they're just using a shell company to create legitimacy.
They're totally using a shell company. They're buying another country that's already on the stock exchange and buying them out and putting their name on it.
Right. The question is that because they actually want to be legitimate, or is it
a narrative?
A narrative,
I think
exactly.
It's a narrative,
I think it's a
right?
narrative, and so I'm like, okay, maybe Tron does something because.
But hey, you know what? It's a narrative, and narratives do have a way of moving price.
Agreed.
Until price becomes the narrative.
It's very true. And let me tell you, as long as people are talking about something, whether it's good or bad, it's going to pump. And that's why I'm so focused on XRP, because I think it has the biggest narrative around it right now. Everyone is just speculating what's going to happen with the case. But I think even if the case doesn't get dropped, I think you're going to see a lot of people still FOMOing into it come alt season.
Oh, without a doubt. And I bet you, if not, I bet you some of the ETFs get approved without it, because here's the thing. The problem isn't with XRP. All this case stuff is just about Ripple. It has nothing to do with XRP.
Yes and no. Ripple broke the law, but the case basically teeters on the fact, was it a security or a commodity? And did Ripple break the law? And admission of guilt means Ripple broke the law. And if Ripple broke the law, that means they cannot remove the injunction, and institutional money can't get in. That's what everyone's hoping for. Is I think
the biggest problem they had is just with the programmatic sales of XRP.
Yeah.
That's where the big hiccup is, like selling, Ripple selling XRP through Coinbase, that was a big stink in this whole deal, is those programmatic sales. And Ripple's when they even came up with the word programmatic sales.
The problem is this is XRP pumped to 340 because of speculation, right? Everyone speculated Trump got elected, SEC is going to be more favorable. So everyone was like, they're going to drop the case. Everything's going to be good and gravy, right? So XRP already got most of its push upward. And then obviously the whole tariff thing happened and started driving it down. But here's the thing is, without institutional money, XRP can't see over $10. Because yeah, there's more normies that got in and bought into it, and those people.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think $10-11 is definitely pushing it. My sell zone is going to be about $8.
That's what I'm going to take profits at 4 and get out at 8.
I think a lot of people will get out at 4 and 5, and then they'll see it go to 6 and 7 and buy back in, and that becomes a liquidate, for extra liquidity for 8 and 9.
Yeah, I'm not greedy. If it keeps going, whatever I got in there, I'm gonna let it ride. And I try.
And that's the thing too, is you have to have a number where you're okay. Just if it goes up more, you're okay with that. But if it doesn't quite make it, you got to be okay with that too, right?
Exactly. I pretty much made my profits. I'm straight. We're good. But this show costs a lot of money. I have a whole staff here, so my trades right now are funding this entire operation. So I'm like, okay, we have to move upward at some point so I can make some money.
Well, the good news is things are moving up. Whether they stay up, I still think the possibility exists. That we can go and smack into that 95, 96K Bitcoin. I think we're still not out of the woods for that to be a possibility yet. But we're sure as shit close, man. We're sure as shit close.
I'll tell you what, a lot of people won't sell at 4. They won't sell at 8. They won't sell at 10 because they think it's going to.
Are you talking about XRP?
Or 10,000? Yeah, I think.
Yeah. 98 point something percent of people are in profit on XRP. That first run was a test, right, to see if anybody's like just selling their bag, and they're definitely not.
Yeah.
Right, and that goalpost will constantly get moved no matter what.
And I think that's part of why it will run up so high, because people will just be holding, and it'll just keep going. And then, like you said, the smart people like us, some of us will get out at those certain zones, and then it'll keep going. They'll throw it back in there, and that's what'll keep running it up. I think you're right there.
And I think it'll happen so fast, and people will just be so stunned. A lot of people will just do nothing.
Yeah. They'll
right.
Just they're like, I'm not going to touch it until it reaches 10,000 because this dude on TikTok made a video, and I'm going to be rich. I put $10 in, and I'm going to leave it there forever.
Yeah. I'm sure the goalpost will be, $30, $50, initially, right? And this is how it runs. I mean, same thing with Bitcoin, right? Oh, it's going to probably go to $250,000 this year. Most likely not.
Yeah, I don't see that at all. You know what I do see, though?
I don't see nothing of that.
I see a lot of wallets with liquidity sitting on the sidelines right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm one of them.
There's a ton of people on the sidelines.
Whoa, big baller. Thanks for the galaxy. Appreciate you. And all the gifts. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, there's a ton of sideline cash right now. And that typically this is the time that there is a lot of sideline cash. There's in the bull markets, people fear the dips. And right now there's fear for every dip that happens.
I don't fear it. I welcome it. I'm like, come on, baby, dip more, dip more, baby. I'm ready to buy. I feel like I'm weeks away from. Dude, when I buy algo, you're gonna see the most massive God candle you've ever seen.
I think you might want to think about pretty much like really quick here, because even if Bitcoin goes and smacks back into there, right? I mean, you're not going to catch a falling knife. I mean, that's going to be like maybe with what 5 cents off.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the buying zone.
I agree. I agree. I just, especially like with XRP, I feel like it's got just one more narrative, one more move, and then it'll be time to strike it. Dude, I called, like, you can go back to my old videos. I called 163 all the way back on January 30th when I exited the market. And I said that XRP would run down until it hit 163, and then it would turn around and run up until it hit about 260 to 265. And I even called the day was May 12th. I said on May 12th, that'll be the top and that'll be it. And then it'll start running back down again. And dude, to the day, to the fraction of a cent, bro, called it. So,
Oh yeah.
dude, look at this, man. I mean, come on. I don't think that we fulfilled this Head and Shoulders right here. Do you see it? Do you see the Head and Shoulders right here?
You know, Head and Shoulders by far is one of the most misdiagnosed chart patterns. It's the most. I'm not saying you're misdiagnosing it, but it is the most misdiagnosed chart patterns in trading.
I agree with that. However, we broke the neckline. Now we are above the neckline. So there is a possibility that it just comes back down to $2 and that's it. But I think it's gonna,
Yeah. $1.99, $1.98, maybe.
yeah,
You know.
that is a possibility. And it's like, okay, so what? But I'm not gonna fret over 10 cents. What I'm
You
looking
got it.
for is a clear signal of reversal in the market.
Yeah, you just want to know that the bottom is in, just like
Exactly.
everybody else.
And I don't have to catch the very wick. I mean, we've been catching the wicks. Call me John Wick, but
I think, Bitcoin getting back up there to 107, 108, 109. I mean, that would definitely tell us. But I'm with you, man. I think there's still a little fuckery, before we get there. And then, I think Bitcoin's going to bull flag before we take off. I think after that, I think you'll start seeing the dominance start dropping. And I think you're going to be pretty excited to see some of these alts start running.
I hope, man. I really hope, because I'm not in Bitcoin at all. I don't hold any anymore. I cashed out of that a long time ago. And I got into altcoins this season early instead of trying to race with Bitcoin, because I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to try to get into altcoins early before they all take off and everything. And then everything moved with
you front run the market like everybody else did.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm calling it the simul cycle. There's a possibility that when Bitcoin does its run up, everything else does its run up with it. The liquidity is more spread out, and Bitcoin dominance doesn't really play a role. And maybe people don't go into Ethereum, they go into XRP instead. And so Ethereum doesn't really get dominance, and it just kind of throws off the whole thing.
Yeah, I think a lot depends on if that staking ETF gets approved, because that would be a game changer.
Oh yeah, dude. Staking, dude. I'm big on. I think you said this before. I can't remember if it was you or Neil. Projects that are going to have staking are going to be massive.
Yeah, like Algorand.
Yeah, exactly. Polygon.
Yeah.
Those are going to be big. I think Polygon's. It's been asleep, and I think it's about to erupt here soon. I think it's going to be one of the big movers this cycle.
Yeah, and then that's one of the ones that maybe it doesn't set a new high, but hell, if it goes back to retracements, that's a shitload of money.
Exactly. Everything just seems to be pretty bottomed out right now, especially like Algorand, dude. I've been watching Algorand, and I am just waiting to snipe that thing and load it. Pretty much my whole bag is going to go into XRP and Algorand. It's going to be pretty decent sized bag. I don't want to say how much.
15-16 cents has been the low.
Yeah.
You
I'm
know,
hoping that hits
besides,
15.
you know, when I got in at 8 cents in the
for
bear
you.
market, I was like, oh snap. I was making videos singing into the ledger.
Yeah, I seen you. You see my comment? I was like, is that a ledger?
Yeah, I seen that. I've been doing that for almost 3 years, man.
That's awesome.
Making videos and doing that.
I didn't really pay too much attention to RWAs and algo the last cycle or whatever, and like since it's been out, it wasn't really on my radar. I was like too focused on XRP and XLM. And now that I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm doing this show and I'm like doing financial news and I'm deeper diving into it, I'm starting to realize that I think that, you know, assets hold the most value. That's why, you know, I take a lot of my money like from the market and I reinvest it. So I bought like this 25-acre farm out here. I got a freaking airport landing strip fueling station here. I have a massive.
Why don't you just come and freaking pick me up, bro?
Maybe.
Fly your
one of these
airplane and
days.
come get me. I'm over here in Indiana.
Dude, I told you to come to Vegas. I don't have an airplane though. I want to get one though.
That'd be fun.
I was trying to get my pilot's license, but I can't pass the physical because of my disability. I can't sit in the plane too long, and that's part of why I'm doing the lives the way I am. I'm trying to get used to being able to sit in a seat for 4 hours straight and fake passing the flight exam for the physical.
One of your questions says, does XRP have another down leg to go? And that really just depends on Bitcoin, right? You know, if Bitcoin, you know, my thesis has been that Bitcoin is in the C leg, could probably get to 95 through 98K. We hit the 98K, but sometimes, you know, there's some trickery where they could liquidate longs and shorts by going up, making everybody think the run that everything is good, and then turn around and drop it on, which could take it back to around like $2 or something like that. I mean, I think, you know, you're not going to ever catch the very bottom, and you're probably at a good buying point.
Yeah, I mean, my problem is the fear narrative. I think, you know, we've all been talking about the Black Swan event, the fear narrative. I feel like this, you know, World War III thing, you know, with Iran may have been that fear narrative. And it's only turned around. I think it only turned around in the market is because the fake news says that it's over and that there's a peace deal. But there is no peace deal. Nothing's confirmed, and Iran and Israel both have stated that there is no deal. And so let me tell you this. Donald Trump will do anything to make sure that he doesn't look bad, in my opinion, which is why I think that, you know...
I think not just him, but I think the president of the United States has to do that.
Yeah, and that's part of the role, exactly. So putting out the narrative that, oh, there's a deal, even if there's not a deal, gives speculation to keep the market from tanking, you know, a soft fall instead of just a collapse. Could you imagine what the history books would say if the market just completely collapsed? No, he cannot have that. And that's why I try to factor in moon cheese that people are going to keep it from going lower. But at the same time, I think maybe there is a deal, maybe there's not, but there's no confirmation. And all it's going to take is one missile in Qatar to send it all right back down. And I think that's
until, you know, and then maybe that's the end of everything.
Don't say that.
Or or maybe we can just bet on things are going to be okay.
I don't think so. I really
I
don't.
think so, man. Sometimes and this is when you see the bottoms and you see the fear. This is exactly the feeling that I have seen so many times when we're at this part of the market. And it's not this cycle, it's several cycles. There's always some narrative. Remember, it was the COVID-19, right? Oh, there's every reason in the world for it to be over, and for things not to run, and to have fear.
Yeah, but COVID, we all got a stimulus check and all that
Well, but
pumped
that was
into the market.
before we knew that. Remember, the market had crashed. The fear was there, right? And I remember, and I read in one of my videos, I read a passage because I keep like an emotional diary in my trades, and I read that passage in one of the videos, and man, I could just remember that feeling, and how it was just like, man, I think the world is done. Right? It's over. We got this freaking crazy scary virus gonna just wipe everybody else. Nobody can go to work. Nobody's gonna make money. It's over. We're cooked.
I was the opposite. I was like so bullish because of the pandemic. I was like, this is it. This is the new paradigm. This is when it all changes. And because of that, I didn't take enough profits. I thought it was going to just keep going.
I guess what I'm just trying to say is sometimes the things that we think are how bad it could go, it usually never goes there. Right?
I know.
It usually never does.
I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a crystal ball, and everything could blow up and go to hell. I don't know. But I just seen so many, especially with the news, how narratives come at certain times. They install fear. They hit all your trigger points, and all of a sudden, and boom, the fear is gone, and the wall of worry is gone, and next thing you know, people are euphoric.
Yeah.
And then that's when you should be scared.
See,
and that's when you get out, because that's when the real bad shit happens.
The only reason I lean towards the pessimist side is because I'm looking at history. I'm like, okay, what has happened in the past? Anytime there's a global economic shift, it breaks out into all-out war. And so that's why I'm leaning towards that. That's what happens. I'm hoping that this war...
And that's not saying that doesn't happen. I just say I think we bull run before that happens.
I hope.
I
hope. Because
maybe that's
like
what the
already
big
happening,
catalyst
bro.
that wrecks the stock market and everything else could be something like that, right? Whatever that that big scary narrative that makes the market going to think that it's going to go down more and more and more and keep going down, right? I'm not sure what that narrative is going to be.
Bullish
but all I
Bang
know
says he couldn't help himself, so jelly being in the audience the other night.
That's right. I was jelly. All you other cool crypto bros were on the Oz show, and I didn't even get to go. So tonight's my night. We made it all about cosmic crypto. So bullish, babe. Take that.
Yeah, Normie wife doesn't like how I spend all my free time on everybody else's live. She's like, no talking about crypto. If we go on a vacation or something, she's like, no crypto. I don't want to hear it. And I can't not, like, it's still happening. Like, I'm like, you don't understand. Like, this is happening right now. I'm like,
that's how it always goes, man. Because you get me when I start talking about something I like or something I'm passionate into, I want to keep doing it too, because I'm ADHD and it's giving my brain that drug it needs.
Yeah, I hyper focus and it engulfs my entire life.
You got it. And the next thing you know, holy shit, I've been in the garage for 3 hours. I'm going to probably have to sleep on the couch tonight. And I'm going to have to blame the crypto.
I had to put a time limit on this show and like set a set schedule, because I was doing like 11-hour lives when I first started. Like, it was crazy. I was addicted bad.
Yeah, me too.
I still am. Every time the live ends, I'm not getting off. Like, I'm not sitting in the chair. I'm in the house, but I'm still on someone else's live, and I'm like trying to absorb all the information. I don't want to miss anything. I want to be ready when it happens. And like, dude, it takes up my entire life. I think I spend about 20 hours a day working on this show and watching the charts and doing everything. I have horrible insomnia, so like I never sleep. So I'm getting like 2 to 4 hours a night. It's kind of out of control. I need to reel it in. I really do.
Yeah, you should probably not work so hard and let just time do the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah, like Mega Crypto the other night, he's like, "Oh, dude, you know, it'd be a really cool resources if you did this." And he's like, "I know you got a lot on your plate already, though, but this would be really cool." And I'm like, "Dude, like, I don't know if I can do anymore. I'm trying to scale it back. I want to get to a point where the live is like only a couple hours long, but we're building right now. We're building, and viewership is down, so like, I got to push a little bit harder. We'll see what
Yeah,
happens."
but as the money turns around and euphoria starts creeping into the market, your viewership will blow up. You know, this is the kind of the metrics that I look for. I would think my super strength and my superpower really is understanding like the psychology of the market participants going through the cycle. I would say that's probably my biggest strategy and how I'm pretty sure on some of my convictions, because people do what people do, and that's people.
Yeah,
Right.
you can
And
always
they always
count on.
they're always pessimistic at the bottoms,
Yeah,
always pessimistic at the bottoms, and always like super euphoric at the tops.
exactly. And you can always bet that the normies are just going to buy when it's turning green. You know, they're not going to get it when it's red. They're not going to catch the bottoms. Like we're looking for those bottoms. We're like,
Yeah,
okay,
normies not hopping in until they see other crypto bros posting videos and how they just made 20, 30 grand on whatever coin,
yeah,
right?
then it's too late.
Right. And if you remember last cycle, we were seeing that a lot,
Oh, yeah.
right? And that was bringing in new exit liquidity, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because then they see other people make money and they think they could do it just as fast, right? But they don't see all that stuff until they see other people making money. And when they see that online, it's going to force a lot of FOMO. And I guarantee you, people think, oh, well, most of retail's broke. Sure, they don't have as much money as they did when they're getting stimulus checks handed, but look at the gambling things that's been going on, right? How much money is filtering through that, or how much money is filtering through OnlyFans. The NPC retail will find a way to scrounge up some money and get into the market when it's a bad time to do it.
It's
I guarantee
easier to get, it's easier to get $100 from like 100,000 people or 1,000,000 people than it is to get $1,000 from 10 people.
I tell you, a bull scenario is like, futures trading and stuff or whatever that X is going to do. And then you could also use crypto with it. I think that might get into a lot of people that probably wouldn't have gotten in because they didn't know how.
They're speculating using XLM for that.
And it could be. I'm pretty sure they'll have like XRP, Dogecoin. Because here's the thing, right? Most things are going to want to involve XRP, meaning because of its user base. And because XRP, let's be honest, has, if not the biggest, at least compared to Bitcoin, largest community.
Yeah, but XRP is more for like institutional.
No, they don't
transfer.
care about institutional transfers, buddy. They care about money go up, number go up.
Yeah,
Nobody
that's
gives a fuck about decentralization either. They just want their coin to go up. Let's just be honest.
I mean, XLM is designed to be like cash money. Whereas
It don't matter. I'm talking about trading where you could trade futures and whatnot. Yeah. You're talking about like the whole shit running on it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, where you can go through and actually buy and trade cryptocurrency on X and stocks too, supposedly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's crazy is that you can do that on PayPal now. And
yeah. But X would be huge.
Oh, yeah.
That's a huge
Massive.
user base, right?
Massive.
There's going to be so much mistakes being made.
All the kids that are like they see a post that says XRP is going to $10,000, and there's a little link right below it where you can buy XRP. That, dude, yeah, that would definitely send it off for sure.
Yeah, yeah, and that would be a surprise, right? Like, and that's what I'm looking for, surprises that we just really don't know about.
You're making me less bearish, bro.
Right? You should be less bearish. Holy shit, Bitcoin's sitting at 100 freaking K.
Yeah.
If you think about that, just 3 or 4 years ago, bro, it was like only 65K.
I always have to go to Mega Crypto, and I'm like, Mega, make me believe. I'm starting to not believe. Make me believe.
It's hard to, man. It's hard to because, you know, especially when we've been spoon-fed negative narrative after negative narrative after negative narrative, right? And they all come in at once. And also know, but this is how the bullish narratives come in, right?
Yes. And it's like a cycle, like you said.
It's a cycle, bro.
Yeah.
It's a cycle.
Hey, remember when we talked about the moon cycle trading?
Yeah.
Dude, Donald Trump bombed Iran on the summer solstice. And we got those massive...
We're starting off summer with a bang.
Yeah, massive red candles, bro. And like, so I have a feeling that it could be up until we could see another moon, but I think once we hit the waning crescent moon, it's going to be all uphill until the full moon, and then there won't be any retracement back until after it. And then it by that time frame will be when everything, if it does, which I think it will. I don't know how big of a run it will be, but when it does, that's when it'll happen.
I feel like your bull run therapist.
Dude,
listen, Oz. All right, we're going to be good. All right, get your head in the game, soldier.
Dude, the moon cycle. Check this out, bro. The cycle started on. It was May 8th through May 12th, and that's where we got this massive run. And that's how I was able to say, okay, we're going to hit this price on this day, was based off the moon cycle, and then it was downhill from there. And then we went into the next moon cycle, was June 6th through June 10th. But June 10th was a blood moon. So I was like, okay, don't expect to see a green candle on the full moon day. Expect, red candles. And boom, it happened again. And like, I just noticed this by happenstance. Okay. So like, one of my favorite things is to like take the Jeep out and go out into the desert and stargaze, right? So because I like to do that, I'm always tracking when the full moon is, because I'm like, okay, I don't want to go out stargazing on a full moon because there's nothing to see. It's too bright, right? So now and at the same time, I'm tracking crypto, and I started to see this correlation happening, and I was like, holy crap. And then I started looking into it. I'm like, there are people that believe it. And so it doesn't mean that it's real, but because people believe it's real, it becomes real. Just like when you're following the patterns and you're using Fibonacci and all these different things, they become real because we make it real. So I'm like, okay, like I'm going to factor this in.
Words have magic. That's why it's called spelling.
Exactly. Dang, bro. Cosmic is woke. Cosmic is awake. I love it, man. Anyway, dude, we got to get into the news and everything. Thanks for coming on, man.
Right. Dude, you stopped your whole show to let me come up. I appreciate that, bro.
Of course, man. Of course. Why wouldn't I? And everybody, give Cosmic a follow, please, for the love of God. Help this man out. He has been depraved of his following. He needs a follow.
It's so funny. It's like the other 28,436 people are probably seeing me go to vacation and never come back.
I know. What a bummer, man.
What a bummer.
Dude, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Everybody in the chat, go give Cosmic a follow. He got banned, and he's basically starting over from square one. So now I'm actually on his radar. Before he was too cool for school. No, I'm just playing with you, bro. I actually reached out to you before that, and that happened, and you were like, "Yeah, man, we'll work it out." And then I got busy, you got busy.
Yeah, I just
wanted
have ADHD, bro. If you want me to do something, you got to remind me a couple times.
for sure, man, for sure. Dude, you're
I'll do
always
anything,
welcome
really.
here, man.
I appreciate that, man.
Of course, of course. You and Bullish Babe, we'll have to get you on together because your guys' chemistry is hilarious.
It is. We have great chemistry. I love her.
Yeah, she's awesome too. She's coming on the show in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks from Friday. Or no, a week from
July
Friday.
18th, right?
Yeah. I gotta double check.
It's my birthday.
I gotta get her flyer made. I've been lagging. So yeah, she's gonna be on there too. Chat, also give Bullish Babe a follow. She's amazing. Thank you for all the subscriptions as well. Chat, you guys are amazing, and all the gifts. Philip Powers and Queen Bee, thank you for resubscribing.
Can I plug our show?
Yeah, plug it.
Yeah, so come see Cosmically Bullish, 3:30 weekdays Eastern Standard Time. We have a fun crypto show, and you're definitely welcome to come hang out. On Fridays, we do open panel, and we hang out with everybody.
I thought it was bullishly cosmic.
It's Cosmically Bullish.
I'm just messing
She
with
didn't
you.
like the other way. I tried. I said, ladies first.
Cosmically Bullish. Bullish Babe is dying in the background, dancing on her desk right now.
All right, crypto bro. I'll let you do your news. Thanks so much for having me up. Love
Of
you
course.
guys. Thanks for
Everybody
the follows.
give Cosmic a follow. Great guy, great show. Great energy. Love his videos. And like I said, brother, you're always welcome.
Thanks, bro. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, how do I? Oh, perfect. Oh, that was fun. One of my favorite creators, him, Bullish Babe, and Mega Crypto are like my favorite creators of all time. Mega is like my my mentor. When I need advice of being a what do you call this? What am I? I'm a creator. When I need creator advice, I go to Mega. But when I want entertainment, man, I cannot miss their live. It is so much fun. We're just laughing the entire time. Definitely give them a follow. That's Bullish Babe and Cosmic Crypto. Bullish Babe says, thank you, Oz. You are a G. I am a goat. I don't know about a G, but I'm definitely a goat. All right, back to the news. I think it was Henry was asking, do we come back down from here? I mean, yeah, we're going to at least trace back to $2. Maybe 208, 205. We'll have to kind of see. But I'll tell you this, once the news gets out that there is no deal, and maybe there is a deal, maybe it gets signed and then great, and it's all uphill from here. I'm not banking on it. Because what's going on is, and we're going to get into what's going on. But I just don't think it ends this easy. I got virtual at 150. Will it retrace down to that? Let me check. Let's check virtual. And then we got to do the news. We're behind. We got to save the TA for the end of the show. Let's see. Virtual protocol USDT. Here we go. Virtual US dollar. Is this it, CMOT? That looks like... Dude. I don't know, man. I've seen these retrace back all the way down. This one could do maybe 80 cents, maybe lower. But here's the thing about this one is this looks like a Head and Shoulders to me, kind of. I'd say it's more like a crown. Okay, this is a crown, and that could definitely send it back down. I think we still got more downward movement in things, but this is a bearish thing. The question is did it already play out at 127? It's very possible that it already played out and now it's in its reversal. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. I mean, take profits, keep a moon bag. I mean, you got to do what's best for you, but this may have already played out and it's done and it's ready for a retracement of something higher. But I don't know. I think I see it doing 80, 90 cents. Possibly. You got a fair value gap in here around 90 cents. So I just did Space and Time, but we'll get back to that after we get through the news. That was virtual, I think. All right, back to the news. Let's get back to the financial news. So we're a little behind, so we're going to buzz through some of these. This one basically is XRP failed because Ripple created RLUSD, claims BitGo CEO. And that's kind of what we've been talking about is like, do I think that it really matters this bull run? No. But I think in the future, long term, this could be bad for XRP. Brad Garlinghouse says no. I don't believe anything he says, so I have a hard time trusting it. So I'm going to be cautious. I'm going to be cautious, and you know, I have a feeling that everything is moving towards stable coins, CBDC. That just seems to be what it is. Josh says I'm up 20% on SXT. Right on, brother. Josh is finally buying some bottoms. Good for you, bro. Let's see here. Did we do this one? Yeah, we did this one. Fed Powell brings a blunt message to Congress on interest rates this week. Okay. The Greek chorus of Fed watchers calling for an immediate interest rate cut this summer is growing. This may include your household as it is battered by high mortgage bills and credit card rates, plus disappointing 401ks. The loudest critic of the Federal Reserve Bank happens to have the world's largest microphone. President Donald Trump and his supporters have been demanding a significant rate cut as soon as July. This is, in part, Trump said, to restart the stagnant housing market and keep the U.S. economy from slipping into recession. Federal Reserve Board Chair Jerome Powell defends keeping federal rates steady in June, saying the economy is solid. He is supporting a wait-and-see forecast until full of unexpected tariff inflation passes, though inflation and unemployment numbers over the next 3 months. Okay, this is to take from it. He wants to see what happens over the next 3 months. Okay, he said this in June. So I'm thinking if he does lower rates, it would be in September. Sent me a message on Discord. I waited for another dip, worked out well. we'll call, bro. Yeah, Josh, we'll have to have you on tomorrow because we already had a guest and we're behind today. But definitely down to talk. I'm ready to roast you, bro. Are you ready to get roasted? Just messing with you, brother. Okay, I'll read your DM for sure, man. You owe me a roast, or well, I owe you a roasting because I was right that XRP would fall below $2. So consider yourself roasted. Bitcoin briefly sinks below 99K, and the U.S. strikes Iran, triggers crypto market sell-off. Right. So we all saw it. Technically never closed under 2, but yeah. Okay, bro. It didn't close under 2, but I have a feeling it might. It potentially could still. But we call wicks around here, bro. Call me John Wick. We are catching wicks. India, U.S. intern trade deal deadline is July 9th. So there's a lot of tariff deals, okay? On July 9th, supposedly, India is going to come up with a deal. The EU has no deal really yet. Now, the speculation is that there will be oh, thank you, Simon. The way that I see it is July 9th, they're speculating that they extend the tariff thing. And I think that is possible for some countries. I think that they are going to blast the 90-day pause on tariffs again, and that's what everyone's going to see. But countries like Canada and Japan are calling for retaliatory tariffs. So if those countries retaliate with tariffs and he doesn't extend in July, on July 9th, I expect that to be possibly the last downturn. Maybe we get more war things happening like that, very possibly. So I'm still waiting. I'm still crossing my fingers. I'm still waiting. There's a lot of people that are smart money like me, okay, that are just sitting on the sideline waiting, okay? And I already made money this bull run, you know, like I'd rather know that we're gonna go before I make a decision. You know, I don't have to catch the very bottom and right to the very top. If I catch the middle, I am happy with that, but I need to know, I need confirmation that things are chilling out. Dre Fire says it's acting predictable with signs of 1, 2, 3, 369, and 589. The Simpsons, 589 XRP. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on Simpsons nonsense. Are you going home, Jesse? Okay. Jesse is a trooper. She's sticking it out. And this is from the Wall Street Journal. Trump's tariff clock is ticking after G7 fails to yield deals. Let's watch.
Economists and businesses have warned for months that President Trump's steep tariffs would lead to higher prices. So far, the evidence doesn't suggest that's happening. Inflation remained tame in May, raising questions over when exactly higher prices will take hold.
Across the board, this was a much cooler than expected inflation report for the month of May. It deepens the mystery over what's happening in the economy right now.
We're at this point still not seeing a lot of tariff impacts.
All the things we watch in terms of what's going to happen with consumer prices, all of them are still pointing in the same direction, which is these prices will move higher.
Here's why economists think Trump's tariffs have had a muted effect on inflation so far, and what to expect in the months ahead. In May, consumer prices rose 2.4% year over year. Month over month, prices rose 0.1%, which is less than economists anticipated.
It doesn't mean that we aren't going to see the increases in prices, but it does suggest that there's something else going on here in the economy right now. What are the possible reasons that we're not seeing this? One is just that demand isn't strong enough in the economy right now for businesses to be able to push along these increases in prices from tariffs. And then the other theory is we just have to give it more time. Businesses ordered a lot of inventories in anticipation of tariff increases, so it's possible that all of that front running has allowed them to wait on raising prices to consumers.
Prices did rise for some tariff-exposed goods during the month, like appliances, car parts, and audio equipment. But for others, like new cars and apparel, prices actually went down.
There's a little game of musical chairs happening right now with which items are seeing tariff pass through. So a lot of stuff that really picked up in price in April, they actually reversed course and fell in May. So that's one element of the story. And the other is really on the auto side. So new car prices fell this month, which is a bit of a surprise. We know automakers have begun to raise prices. Ford has already talked about increasing prices on some new models. So that'll really start to show up in the June and July CPI.
It does take a long time for the tariffs to pass through. Generally, what we've found is it takes really 3 months after the implementation of the tariffs before you start to see notable impacts.
Trump's proposed tariffs remain a wild card. The president has exempted some shipments from the levies and agreed to lower lofty tariff rates against China until August as the two countries sort through a trade deal.
There are cracks underneath the economy right now. One is that the labor market is just in this funky equilibrium where businesses are not hiring as much, but they're not firing either. Second risk underneath the surface right now is just that consumers aren't as strong as they've been over the past couple of years. You see higher levels of delinquencies on credit cards and consumer loans.
The ability of firms to increase prices is definitely less than what we were seeing in, say, 2021 and 2022. The large amount of excess saving that households had built up during the pandemic is mostly spent out at this point. That said, these price increases are so broad that you would expect some impact, but we wouldn't expect inflation to get up to anywhere near the levels that we saw during the pandemic.
I don't know that companies typically tend to continue to really absorb it in margin for long periods of time. You could see, for example, second quarter, maybe they are taking some of this price increase, what they're paying for imports in the margin. But that's just not going to last. Even Walmart has said that, hey, in late May and early June, we're going to start to raise prices. But I think it's pretty safe to say that if Walmart has to raise prices, other retailers will probably follow suit.
Most economists still expect tariffs to cause prices to rise. The question now is when.
I expect core CPI to move up from 2.8 to probably around 3.7% by the end of this year. If the China 30% tariffs become the baseline, if that's what we're going to see for the rest of this year, then I think we probably are going to stick closer to sort of about a 3% type number.
So we're looking for headline CPI inflation, which covers including the food and energy components, moving up to about 3.5%. Core PCE inflation, which is kind of the Fed's preferred gauge that they follow, that also moving up to about 3.5%.
So what we're watching in the next few months is, do the tariff increases show up? If we get through the summer and the price increases are mild, it allows the Fed to focus more on risks of a softer labor market, and it allows everybody to just feel a little bit more comfortable. All of these risks about higher prices, weaker growth, so-called stagflation, maybe those aren't going to come to pass.
I think we might see more of that inflation. But I'll tell you this, 3 months, okay? So July, probably not going to happen. It's probably going to stay right where it's at. That's what Jerome Powell says. That's what everybody's saying. I don't understand why the news is just, interest rates are going down and going down. They're not. They could, but I think that it's in the Fed's best interest to keep it right where it's at. Simon says, I may have missed the part of the fake ceasefire deal. No, we didn't cover it yet. Hey, you gifted me a subscription the other time. I wanted to pass it on to someone. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Eric. Glad you were able to pass that on. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. And don't forget to subscribe, guys. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Thank you all for your overwhelming support. Send in gifts if you can. If you can't, just hit the like button. Everybody double tap the screen, send in a gift or whatever if you want to help support the show. It's all much appreciated. But remember that, you know, if you can't give, you can always just hit the like button. And there's so many gifts, I can't even list them all. Sith Lord, thank you for the Rose and Akram and Danny Gibson, Brian T, TikTok Seller. Thank you all so much. And so many more. Apex Alpha, thank you. So many gifts. I just can't even, we're running behind. So I will try to stay up on the gifts from here on out. My apologies if I missed your gift. You are appreciated, okay? Your gifts keep the algorithm going, keep the blood flowing of this show. It's just incredible how much you guys help and support the show. Looks like the ceasefire is over. Iran is launching missiles again. Exactly. There was no ceasefire. We're going to cover that right now. That's the juicy news that everybody wants to see. We got some risque stuff on the screen here. Let me see if I can get rid of it. Let's watch this right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene warns Trump entering U.S. into nuclear war, World War III. Jesse says she wants a raise. Everybody got to send gifts for Jesse. She wants a raise. Wait a minute. Is this? That's not what we're looking at. Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said on Monday that President Donald Trump is already turning back on campaign promises and warned the United States is nearing a nuclear World War III after the U.S. military carried out strikes on Iran over the weekend. Greene is part of the Make America Great Again, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So MAGA split right now. MAGA is split. Yeah, Eric, if you want to gift to somebody, that'd be great. Who wants a gift? A gifted subscription on TikTok. If you want a gifted subscription, sounds like Eric's got one to hand out. Maybe he's got 5 or 10. Who knows? But if you need a subscription, or you want to subscribe and you just can't afford it, or you want to resubscribe and you're just not there, because I get it, the markets are down. Eric seems to be willing to give out a subscription right now. So raise your hands in the chat if you would like a subscription given to you. With those deluxe subscriptions, you get one-on-one coaching with me, myself, and we will come up with a formulated strategy to your specific trading needs. All you got to do is send me a direct message after you've become a deluxe subscriber, and I will reach out to you, and we'll go over a few questions, figure out where you're at in the market, and try to formulate a specific goal for you. But you have to be a deluxe subscriber in order to take advantage of those direct messages. Direct messages are only open to deluxe subscribers. Does Congress or the president hold war powers? Here's what to know. The framers of the Constitution lived in an age of muskets and messengers. When war moved slowly and time left for Congress, the president to confer, but by giving Congress the power to declare war and the president command of the military, they set the stage for lasting struggle over U.S. forces. President Trump's decision to launch airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities without consulting Congress has drawn sharp criticism from lawmakers who say the move bypasses their constitutional authority to declare war. Speaking Monday on NPR's Morning Edition, Senator Mike Kelly said that while there's little Democrats can do to force the administration to seek congressional approval, the president should respect constitutional norms. The administration should comply with the Constitution, Kelly said. Traditionally, presidents have done that. I know recently, sometimes with certain actions, when it is viewed as protecting the safety of our country, presidents can act and then should also notify us, right? Let's talk about this, okay? Who here thinks that Donald Trump broke the Constitution by declaring war on another country without congressional consent? If you think that he broke the rules, raise your hand. Let's see the hands in the chat. Who thinks he broke the rules? Revolution says yes and no. Mateo says yes. AAA says, I thank Trump. Neo raises his hand. Seamont raises his hand. Anybody else? Anybody else think that he broke the rules? Nobody? All right. Well, if you raise your hand, you are wrong. Wrong again. He is the commander-in-chief of the military, ladies and gentlemen, okay? He is allowed to do any type of strike on any country. Obama did this hundreds of times and killed hundreds of people, even killed American citizens. So, yes, the president can do these things, okay? The president can decide at any time to do stuff, all right, with the military. Here is the thing, okay? Is the president must get congressional approval for an extended budget for war. Okay, so the president can do whatever on an emergency, but there's a budget fund for us to go to war. And in order for the president to access that budget for an all-out war, it has to be approved by Congress. So did he break the law? No. Did he break congressional statutes? No. Okay. He did what every president has done for many terms. Okay. He is allowed to make these deals. Okay. But if he wants extra funding to continue in a war, then it has to seek congressional approval. Now, while waiting for that funding, if a strike comes in or whatever, yes, he can make another move. He can make moves, but in order to unlock that funding for an all-out, full-scale war, it has to be approved by Congress. Yes, he doesn't necessarily have to prove an imminent threat, but there is clear and present danger that goes into play. But I think that Iran possibly possessing a nuclear weapon of mass destruction, falls under that. But we saw what happened with Iraq. Okay, weapons of mass destruction. This is how the playbook is being used again to invade a country on speculation of do they or do they not have weapons of mass destruction. I think they do. I do, in my opinion. Okay, I'm speculating. I think they possibly do. They've spoken out and said these things, and it is highly likely. I think in the Iraq case, no. This time, it seems more likely that is the case. So it's a gray area. It's a gray area, and that's how they operate. They operate on gray areas, guys. Like, that is always what they do. Is they're like, oh, we found a gray area. Here's our loophole. Let's jump through it. Wow, guys, thank you for helping me reach my live goal. Appreciate it. Let's set up a new goal. Space and time is a gray area, Henry. We know why they attacked them if we all use basic common sense. And yes, we're going to go over the why. Okay. Henry, thank you for the goat. Seamont, thank you for all of the community crowns. And it looks like Roy Lopez, thank you for the community crown as well. Roy Lopez, thank you for the 10 GGs. And Apex, thank you for the rose. And TikTok Seller, thank you for the 14 roses. Appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. Jesse is asking me for a raise because they are cooking alive right now. Make sure you send in those heart me's and let's see here. Let's do a new goal here. There we go. Boom, new goal. These are the best for us right now because we're in the community fest thing. So this helps the show a lot. Jessie says she wants either a raise or air conditioning and says please air conditioning. Yes, I will address the air conditioning thing. We'll see if we can get the construction crew out here or have to buy a new unit. Everything is new, so it should be working properly. It could just be something. We'll get to it. Top of my list. If we go late tomorrow, no, it's because of it. HVAC is in here doing work. Live updates. Trump says Israel and Live updates. Trump says Israel and Iran agreed to complete and total ceasefire. The U.S. president said on social media Monday that Israel and Iran have agreed to complete and total ceasefire to be phased in over 24 hours. Iran's foreign minister said Iran will stop its attacks if Israel stops its airstrikes by 4 a.m. local time in Tehran. Israel did not immediately acknowledge any ceasefire, but there were no Israeli strikes before reported after 4 a.m. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas, I can't even begin to pronounce that, wrote on social media, however, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention of continuing our response afterwards. So no, there is no deal. And Trump says there's a deal. There's no deal. He's lying because he doesn't want the markets to tank. And here we go. Iranian official tells CNN Tehran never received a ceasefire proposal report. The comments came shortly after, before the U.S. Donald Trump announced the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. An Iranian official claimed that Tehran never received a ceasefire proposal from the United States and saw no reason to end the war with Israel and the United States, the official told CNN Monday night. The official claimed that Tehran would continue the war and that the remarks from Israel and the U.S. leaders would be viewed as a deception to justify continued attacks on Iran. What happened 15 minutes ago? Jesse, did something happen 15 minutes ago? Can you look up? I believe that Tehran sent missiles into either a U.S. base or something. Just recently, Iran sent some missiles. Can you look into that for me and let me know when you're ready and I'll mic you? Because that's breaking news. Try to give things a little bit of time to simmer. I know everybody likes breaking news, but if you don't let the news simmer, you're not going to get the facts. You're going to get the fluff. You're going to get the rage bait, the clickbait stuff. So you got to give things a little bit of time, okay? Little bit of time. Obviously, the market will correct instantly in a case like this. Roy says, I love the rage bait. Let's look at the market real quick before. So we're getting a bit of a red candle. I'm assuming that something happened because things are turning red. Obviously, we have fair market value gap to fill, but we could potentially drop hard again with some more bad news. I think Trump put this out to keep the market from free falling. And then here's another one. Trump says there is a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. Iran has not received any ceasefire proposal, senior officials said. Iran has not received any ceasefire and told senior Iranian official, told CNN. So we just read this. So there's multiple publications that are coming out and saying there's no deal. Iran just sent a missile to Israel. It's on CNN now. Let me check it out. There's nothing. Jesse, are you ready to come up and report on the breaking news right now? Let me know if you're ready. If you could read the report of what's going on, because evidently this is happening right now. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So from what I'm gathering is that they're still attacking each other. Iran just launched at Israel because they said Israel attacked them, so they're acting like children. But aside from that, they just have that Iran is still attacking and Israel's defending itself, but they're saying Israel started it like children, but there's nothing else past that.
They're wondering if the attack just happened. Was it after the 4 a.m. timeline, or is it new happening right now?
I don't know what time it is there right now. It's happening this moment. Let me see what time it is.
Yeah, it sounds like it's happening right now. Chat says it's happening right now. I'm pretty sure it's happening right now. I can't find anything.
It's 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, so they waited till just after to strike and
No ceasefire.
wow. Yeah, so no ceasefire, no deal. Expect red lines, baby. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate you. Yeah, expect red lines. So they did attack after the timeline. So that means there's no ceasefire. They're not coming down. Red candles, baby. Red candles. And this is why I wait. This is why I wait, because I want confirmation before I want to know what's happening. I want to know. Eric BV, thank you for the heart me and all of the community crowns. Thank you very much. The ceasefire is supposed to happen in 1 to 5 hours from now, so let's see what happens. I believe it's 4 a.m. is what they said. 4 a.m. their time, so it's after the ceasefire. It's after the time. So I would say that's no ceasefire. No, it sounds like it's 5:30 a.m. now, and the ceasefire was supposed to happen till 4 a.m. And after 4 a.m., they just launched another attack. That's indicative of the fog of war. It's the fog of war, ladies and gentlemen. They do this stuff. They put it out so that it seems like everything's going to be hunky-dory, and it's not, and then they do a surprise attack. This is common tactical warfare. It's called the fog of war. The fog of war, ladies and gentlemen. Ceasefire starts at 7 a.m. What I read was 5 a.m. Or excuse me, 4 a.m. Let me pull it back up. So, no ceasefire has been received. That's not it. It's this one. Oh, Trump announces late on Monday that a ceasefire has been reached between Israel and Iran and will enter into effect at 7 a.m. Israel time. So they're just going to bomb each other until then? That's what Trump says. Trump says 7 a.m. However, Iran said 4 a.m. So look at Iran foreign minister said Iran will stop its attacks if Israel stops its airstrikes by 4 a.m. local time in Tehran. Okay. Israel did not immediately acknowledge any ceasefire, but there are no Israeli strikes reported at 4 a.m. Jesse, can you do a find out what 4 a.m. Tehran time is compared to Israeli time? Maybe there's a time difference. Maybe 4 a.m. is 7 a.m. Let me know when you have that, and I'll put you on. Henry says short. Yeah, I honestly, I do not see these two not fighting. Israel has been trying to drag us into this for a long time, and we're going to get into it. Okay. I'm about to explain to you why. So it's 6 a.m. in Iran. Okay, so 4 a.m. I understand. So 4 a.m. in Iran would be what time in Israel is what I want to know. So what time will it be in Israel if it's 4 a.m. in Iran? I'm going to explain to you why this isn't over and why there won't be a ceasefire, okay? So bear with me, stick around, guys, because it's about to get saucy. You guys are gonna understand why, not just how, not just when, but also why this is happening. Who here thinks they know why this is happening? Does anybody know why this is happening? I know why. Pallet Town Trader says money. That would be correct. But why? What money is there to be had? What money could it possibly be? I know why. Only 30-minute difference. Okay. So, yeah. They broke the ceasefire. Ceasefire's done. Okay. They didn't happen. Ain't gonna happen. Short the market. Not financial advice. But yeah. It's coming back down, baby. It's coming back down. It's 6 a.m. in Iran, but they said 4 a.m. Iran said if they don't strike after 4 a.m. that they will whatever, and then they struck after 4 a.m. It's just a lie. Yeah, there's no ceasefire. They didn't officially agree to anything. Everything's on the table, okay? And they're exchanging missiles right now. Okay, what does that tell you? I mean, anybody can put anything on a piece of paper, okay? I can write a piece of paper that says I will never go live again, okay? And sign it with my name on it, and I'll go live tomorrow, okay? Make me. and sue me over it, okay? It ain't going to hold up in law because guess what? I'm holding the piece of paper. You don't have a copy. I could rip it up and piss on it and you'd never see it again. Live coverage is saying ceasefire starts at 7 a.m. Iran time. Yeah, that's a lie. I mean, that's what Donald Trump is saying. Donald Trump is saying 7 a.m., but is it really going to happen? All right, here you are, Jesse.
Okay, so what Trump put out was that, okay, this is what we're going to have, you know, they're going to be done bombing each other. Which is madness to me. Like, this is the end time to stop bombing one another. So, all right, red flag. That's a red flag. Continue bombing till this time. Really weird. But okay, maybe that's the gist of it. But two, Iran said that, Iran, or however you want to say it, said that at 4 a.m. was their time limit. And that 4 a.m., they will take that as they have no intention of ceasing fire. Israel nor Iran have come out publicly and said, yes, we have a ceasefire. And let me tell you, they are always quick to public media to let everyone know what's going on. And so for that to not happen, just our president saying there's a ceasefire, yet there's continued to fight back and forth, it seems, again, that it's more than likely untrue to make people believe that everything is fine. But again, we won't know. And I hope at 7 o'clock that there is absolutely no more war. But the reality is Iran never agreed to any of it.
Exactly. There's no ceasefire. There's there's nothing, no agreement. Donald Trump is saying that he's wagging his finger, you better ceasefire by 7 a.m. or else you're going to get it. I don't think they care. Simont says sirens are going off in Israel. I believe it. It is probably not going to ceasefire. Okay. I don't see it happening. I do not. And I'll tell you why. Yes, Donald Trump wants to make a deal, but why? Why do they want a deal? And I'll tell you why they're not going to cease fire. Iran is not going to give it up. I'm telling you, wait till you guys find out. Literally, ballistic missiles were just fired. Exactly. Okay. By the end of this show, you're going to understand why there will not be a ceasefire, especially this quickly, at least not right now. Okay. We'll get to it. Why do people still believe President Chaos? I don't know. They want to believe the Cheeto in chief. All right, let's watch this.
Here's a look at where U.S. forces are in the Middle East right now. In the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, there are 3 destroyers in the Red Sea, and then there's 2 destroyers, in the Red Sea. And in the Arabian Sea, there's the USS Carl Vinson carrier strike group, including an aircraft carrier, 3 destroyers, and a guided missile cruiser. And heading to the Middle East right now from the Indo-Pacific Command, the USS Carl Nimitz carrier strike group, including an aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers. They just passed what's called the Malacca Strait, a passage between Indonesia and Malaysia.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen.
And the number of American troops in the Middle East right now,
voice,
approximately 40,000 U.S. forces total. In Iraq, there are about 3,000. And in Syria, about 1,000.
We love this country.
CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson tells us how the Pentagon is framing the additional movements here.
I'm telling you,
the Pentagon is sending additional forces towards the Middle East amid the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. Those additional forces include more fighter jets, refueling tankers, and a second carrier strike group. The second aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, was always expected to head from the Indo-Pacific towards the Middle East, but is now going, quote, without delay, according to U.S. officials. And that carrier will add to the naval presence the U.S. has throughout the region, which includes destroyers with ballistic missile defense systems that have, along with ground-based defense interceptors, been helping Israel defend itself by shooting down incoming Iranian missiles and drones. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth yesterday in a statement said that the additional movements were to enhance the defensive posture to protect some 40,000 U.S. forces that are in the Middle East. But U.S. officials also tell us that those same movements also provide President Trump with options. Should Iran decide to attack those U.S. forces, or should President Trump decide to join Israel's ongoing military campaign? Eleanor Watson, CBS News, the Pentagon.
Ay. All right, that's it. All right, you guys ready to understand what's really going on here? Because I'll tell you what, most people don't understand this. And we're obviously, what I'm about to show you is some TikTok stuff, but I chose TikTok videos for this because they sum it up the best. And I could sit here and yap and explain it, but I don't claim to be a know-all of all this stuff, but I understand what's going on, and it's better to have these people who know what they're talking about explain this. But these are all vetted sources, okay? So it has all been verified and fact-checked prior to showing you. It is not AI. It is not fake news. It is legitimate information, okay? So, first of all, and then we'll go over what happened prior. So, let's let this guy explain it to you. So first of all, Iran discovers tons of this very rare, expensive material called antimony. Okay? They have tons of it. And we talked about this before. Okay? What's going on in Iran is the same thing that's going on in Ukraine. Okay? Rare earth minerals. Same thing that's going on with China and the trade war is rare earth minerals. Okay? The entire world is shifting into a AI super semiconductor based new technological forefront. Everything in the world technologically is changing. Okay. I've covered this before. You probably don't know this, but in 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies Bill, which states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. We're in it. This is the year all the hidden technology comes to the market and is released to the public and becomes regular, everyday part of life. Okay? So we are going to see the progression of these technologies mass produced. And in order to mass produce these new technologies, we need new types of rare earth minerals to create them. By 2030, the world will be unrecognizable. It will be nothing like you see it today. Okay, you think the self-driving cars and all that is like so advanced? Just you wait and see. Buckle up. It's about to get crazy. The tech is going to be overwhelming. Okay, overwhelming tech that you couldn't even fathom what you're about to see in the future. Okay, and right now it is a race to see who has control of those minerals. This is why we're after all these trade deals and tariffs and everything. It's about securing our place as the front runner in this new world order, new world of technology, to make sure that we remain the overall power. Pallet Town Trader says it's already nothing like it was a few years ago. Just wait. We're just getting started. So now that you understand what is happening, okay? That the world is changing, that technology is changing. That's why we're going into this digital era financially, okay? This is why we're going into World War III or whatever you want to call it, because it is what happens when there's a global economic shift, a global financial shift. That is what we're in. We're in the shift right now, okay? It is happening. And when that happens, war breaks out because whoever has control of those necessary minerals, commodities, whatever it may be that facilitates the change, those are the ones that take over the power. So right now, it's about who has the minerals to create this technology. Who has the supplies to create this technology? Do you think that tariffs on steel and aluminum are for no reason? No. We're going into a robotic age. We're going into a whole new world of cold semiconductors and things we can't even imagine right now. Proxy wars, small ones here and there, but all over. Yeah, maybe that too, and that will be the new world war. Okay, it'll just be it. We'll see it as proxy wars, but the history books will see it as the Third World War, the new generation of warfare. That's how it will be referred to in the history books. Okay, the new generation of warfare, World War III. That's what it will be. Okay, so now that you understand that, let's talk about why is Iran so important? Why we know why Ukraine is important. We already made a deal for the minerals there, right? But Russia doesn't want to give those minerals up. So we're like, okay, we're going to fight you, Russia. We're going to take that because we made a deal with Ukraine to get those minerals. That's why it'll just keep going on until something gives, right? So that's Ukraine. Taiwan is the same thing. Taiwan is where all of the semiconductors are created. Pallet Town, thank you for the heart me. Giddy Marie, thank you for the community. Nico, thank you for the heart me. So Taiwan is where the technology is produced. Ukraine is where we get the materials for that, right? And then Iran plays a role in this as well. And it all has to do with rare earth minerals. So listen to this guy. It's a little long, but
sound effect.
Take time. Okay, this guy,
did Israel?
This guy comes from an unbiased point. His sources have been vetted, okay? And this information has been vetted. This is true, what he's saying right now. And just because it's not mainstream media does not make it a valid news source, okay? I try not to use these, but this is the best breakdown that I could find on this whole situation to deliver to you without, it would take too much time. Pallet Town, thank you for the heart me. So here we go. Let's listen to this guy.
Attack Iran because of what they just discovered buried under their mountains. We're talking about the most advanced mineral discoveries on the planet right now. In March 2025, just months before Israel's attack, Iran announced they discovered massive antimony reserves after 10 years of looking for them, 10 years of exploration. Mining, discovery attempts take ages, right? Drilling, sampling, etc. But that's just the beginning. In April 2025, Iran then opened its first monazite production plant, marking a breakthrough in rare earth element processing. Sorry, I stumbled there because monazite is very unfamiliar to my tongue. They're now producing 17 different rare earth elements, refining with best-in-class purity in some of those fields. These aren't just shiny rocks. Antimony is critical for flame retardants, something used in rockets and jet exhaust systems, and for putting out or preventing fires in aircraft and ships, for example, military applications and advanced technology. I'm not going to. China controls nearly half the global supply, and prices are skyrocketing for these minerals. Iran just became a major player, essentially, overnight. But the real game changer, Iran's rare earth elements could, in the future, mean that between Iran and China, over 92% of refined rare earth elements are produced here in East and Central Asia. These are the materials that power everything from smartphones to missile guidance systems, right, to renewable energy technology like solar and wind power,
Everybody hit the like
turbines,
button.
electric vehicles, all of it. Anything technological, you need rare earth elements. China currently produces over 90% of the world's refined rare earth elements, giving them unprecedented technological control of the refining, of the industrial, the manufacturing process behind this. Now Iran is positioning itself as a potential support supplier. Both are in the global south. Both are obviously, China and Iran are very close and are closing in further in terms of military and economic cooperation. That will include technology transfer. Fun fact, Trump struggled with the US-China trade war, not only because China has diversified their trade away from America since Trump was last in office, when he also tried slapping tariffs on the Asian giant, but China also controls refined rare earth element capacity. You need to take the rare earths out of the ground, then you need to refine them. And China refines even the rare earth elements that America uses, right? Their rival, if you will. Everything needed for cutting-edge technology, including the crown jewel that's currently and in the future will likely be contested, advanced AI chips, computer chips, semiconductors. Without Chinese rare earth elements, the US would falter and eventually buckle in this critical industry. You can't get access to rare earths without going through China, basically. So, to a great extent, 90%, right? So the tariffs have been rolled back. The tariffs Trump imposed, he had to roll them back. He had to back down, not China, which was historical. Now back to Israel and Iran. Here's where the timing gets suspicious. Iran made these breakthroughs in March and April of 2025. Israel then launched its strikes just a couple of months later, in June of the same year. Iran isn't just sitting on oil anymore, you see. They're sitting on the raw materials that will define the next century of technology. They've got the minerals needed for electric vehicles, batteries, wind turbines, advanced military systems, like I mentioned before, space technology like satellites, including weaponized, militarized satellites. With Iran's strategic partnership with China, these discoveries could completely reshape global supply chains, keeping the vast majority of future raw minerals and processed minerals needed by all countries in the BRICS bloc, not the G7 or the Western world, right? The advanced economies of the days gone by. Imagine Iran being supported by China to develop their rare earth element refinement, or shipping, Iran shipping these rare earths initially, let's say, to China for the refinement. In both cases, powerful Eastern technological advancements would potentially keep these players as industry leaders, and the Western world is unlikely to be able to compete. The places where the Western world does compete economically, because I'm very interested in the economics of everything and supply chains and logistics, even though that's quite boring to basically 95% of the human race, I'm very interested. For example, semiconductor supply chains. Semiconductors are one of the leading things that the West has over China, but if you go and look at the fabricators, i.e. where the semiconductors are made, the factories, they're all in Asia, right? They're all in Taiwan or South Korea or Japan. So even there, America has allies in those countries, but geopolitically, I talk about geography a lot, those are all East Asian countries right next door to China, right? So the US and Israel suddenly face an Iran, not just wealthy from oil, but strategically indispensable in future technology supplies. So when Israel talks about stopping Iran's nuclear program, are they really talking about stopping Iran's nuclear program? Or are they trying to talk about stopping Iran from becoming the next mineral giant aligned with China and extremely formidable, where sanctions have potentially over 50 years made Iran lean and very scrappy and very flexible, but then they get access to the BRICS, the global south market anyway. So lift sanctions or don't lift sanctions, Iran becomes formidable. It might go through an economic boom. So, Israel thought, time to get on it, right? Because controlling rare earth elements means controlling the technological future, and Iran is well positioned as an ally of China. Now, my answer is, the question right at the top here. No, it's not directly the reason Israel attacked Iran, these minerals. It's not the reason. But it's all part of the closing window for Israel. It all contributes. They need to destroy Iran before the US leaves the Middle East for good to focus on China in the Far East. And strategic minerals is just another thing in Iran's future that threatens Israel's future plans for the region and for itself. Its future ambitions to dominate the region, maybe expand its own borders, Great Israel style. Right, Greater Israel style. Even once America has left for good, Israel wants to be able to stand on its own 2 feet against any potential adversary. And right now, the bastion, the last hurdle to that regional dominance, because the other countries are well within America's sphere of influence, so it sees Iran as the last bastion that stands outside of its control, outside of the control of Big Daddy USA. So better strike now. Better strike Iran now better strike Iran now in a desperate gambit, even if it's desperate, to drag the US in before it's too late and the US leaves, and then you can't fight Iran by yourself, which is what we're seeing now. Actually, Trump dragging his heels and Israel getting more and more upset, essentially at a government level, saying we can't continue taking the missile hits to our cities. We're having to censor the Israel intelligence censor, the Israel military censor. I made a video on it. Is cracking down. Israelis are facing 30 months in prison if they record something where a missile maybe hits the ground and it's actually a military target. They're getting potentially jail sentences handed to them to shut them up, right? To shut them up. So, there's panic in Israel, and the US is still not stepping in, even in response to that panic. I'll talk about what's going on in the US with regards to whether or not they will join this war or not in the next video. So has it worked? Has Israel been able to neutralize Iran's capability of nukes and its capability of minerals development? Well, time will tell. It depends who ends up winning this war. But whatever happens, I'll report to you the news and the analysis, unbiased and without the Western spin, even when it's 32 degrees in London and we have no air conditioning because I am not rich. I'll see you on the next one.
Did you guys get that? You guys understand now why this is all happening? It's all happening. It's a race for technology. It's a race for minerals and necessary, needed materials for the technology. That's what this is. That's why every time there is a global economic shift, it results in war. So do I think that this is all over? No way. Do you think Iran is just going to give away trillions of dollars in this for nothing? No. They're going to rope China and Russia, the BRICS nations, into this war. Boom. World War III. All over Iran. Iran is the cornerstone of this entire thing. It was Ukraine. It was Ukraine, but Ukraine doesn't have the amounts that Iran has. And I was thinking about this. I was like, you know how they sent in the bunker busters, right? Below a big crater in the ground? I'm wondering if the reasoning for that is to get satellite imaging of mineral deposits in the soil so that they can tell whether or not it's there or not. This is obviously speculation, but I think it makes perfect sense. United States already made a rare earth with Ukraine, and now Iran Gulf War was oil war. Yes, this is the rare earth minerals war. We did make a deal with Ukraine. However, we have to win that war in order to get it. We have to win that war in order to get it. So if Pakistan seems more like an easy target, that would basically, we need to secure our supply of rare earth minerals. The U.S. does. We need to secure our supply, and we are not secured with Ukraine because we're up against Russia. Russia is a massive country. Iran's the little guy. All this time, Iran has been sitting on minerals that humanity needs in order to advance. Well, they just discovered this. This is just a new discovery, and that's why all of a sudden it's relevant. China needs, every country in the world needs these. As of right now, China has all of it. China has like full control of it. That's why China makes all of it basically in Taiwan. Taiwan is adjacent to the CCP. But this is the rare earth minerals race, not the oil race, because I believe the future oil will be pretty much obsolete. For now, we need it, but I think that's the direction things are going. So do I think this war will be over quickly? No. Do you really think Iran is just going to roll over? Hell no. And do you think if a new, this is why they're saying regime change, right? Maybe they put in a new regime that's going to play ball. Yeah, China hates us, so plan B, exactly, revolution. This is plan B. I'd say this has actually become plan A. Plan A was this. Plan B is a deal with China. Plan C is Ukraine. Because we're not going to be able to beat Russia. I don't think so. I think Russia's going to take Ukraine, and Russia will have its deposits there. China already has its secured, and we are right now frantically finding out where we are going to get ours from, because if we don't, we lose our superpower. The U.S. will no longer be a world superpower if it does not procure its rare earth minerals. Guinea Marie says we can't beat China either. Exactly. We can't beat China. We can't beat Russia, not without demolishing the entire world. So we must try another way. And I think the U.S. is like, fuck it, let's go for China's with a deal. Let's go for Ukraine with a deal, and let's bomb the hell out of Iran. We're trying on 3 different fronts, because if we do not secure it, we will lose. We will no longer be the superpower. Big Baller says $12.2 trillion coming here, and we need a lot of rare earth mineral material. Exactly. I'll tell you what, I would probably invest into, not financial advice, but maybe rare earth mineral refineries and mining companies might be a good bet. Because that's the whole focus here. Everybody's thinking oil and gold right now. And you and I, we're thinking defense contracts and mineral mining. Big Baller says, I'm already in it. Yeah. Mineral mining and refinery. Mineral mining and refinery and defense contracts seems like a slam dunk right now. Slam dunk. Be ahead of the curve, not in it. Be ahead of it. So, now you all know why. Who else is telling you why? Everybody's talking about the wrong things here. That's the beauty of this show. That is the beauty of the show. We are thinking fourth dimensionally. We are looking into the future. We are looking past the bullshit and the fugazi in front of us, okay? We are looking at the big picture, zooming out. Always zoom out. Don't be looking at the 1 minute chart. Be looking at the 1 day and the 1 week. You gotta zoom out and look at the big picture of what is going on. Otherwise, you will be led on the wrong track. Y'all are gonna be so filthy rich. If you guys are, not financial advice, but if you guys are taking my advice, if you guys are watching the show, everybody here that heeds to this and does something about it is going to be filthy freaking rich. Have you seen the F-22 that Lockheed Martin built? The jet is a game changer. Dude, Lockheed Martin is doing a lot of things right now. It is actually quite spectacular. And you know what's great about Lockheed Martin is the U.S., even when we're not at war, it basically goes to war with itself to improve its technology to beat the technology it already has. It's quite incredible. It's just continually advancing forever. 1,500 miles per hour. How many Mach is that? That is crazy. God, could you imagine being in that thing? Woo! The G forces on the pool like that. Oh my God. I couldn't even, I wouldn't, no way. I couldn't do it. MP is the stock doubled this month. See, we're not here to look for stocks that doubled already. You know, we're here to look for the things that are about to take off. Do you remember the jet that got you to Paris in, oh, the, I know this, the Concorde. It took you to Paris in 3 hours. Yes, the Concorde. I remember that. It had the nose that pointed down like this. Because it flew like this. Like crazy. It blew up. It didn't fly again. Yeah, I think we have better technology now. It basically didn't fly anymore because of the sonic boom. That's the rare earth stock. It's already doubled. Yeah, it's going to be more than that. It's only doubled now because rare earth stocks. I'm thinking, I'm not even thinking rare earth stocks, bro. I'm thinking refineries, rare earth refineries and mining companies. So if they have a massive supply that they're about to start mining, you want to be in the mining company, not in the actual rare earth, but the company that's about to go extract it. It's tripled since the start of the year. Dang. What's the ticker on that one again? I don't think those kind of stocks are going to come back down. They're just going to keep... They will come down, I mean, but... Big Baller says, let's buy a mining company. I'm with it. Let's just create our own mining company. The Goat Mining Company. Goated Mines. We'll use goats to haul the ore out of the mountains. All right. So let's cover what's been going on. All right. Let's cover what's been going on. So check this out. Look at, there's our crypto bro right there. Crypto bro. There are tanks hidden in LA. Interesting. What are we preparing for? Jessie fixed the AC. She wants a raise. Everybody give Jessie a round of applause. Did the IT guy really do it? Was it you or the IT guy? Where did the protests go? First of all, they're not bringing in tanks for protests. Jessie wants a raise. I don't know what happened to the protests. I think it just kind of fizzled out. It got too hot. Okay, it's way too hot. Nobody wants to go out there. They're done. They did their rabble. I know the protests covered the tanks. Yeah, but the tanks aren't there for the protesters. Come on. The tanks are not there for protesters. Come on, seriously? They're going to use tanks on protesters? Just a fact checker, they said. Yes, they thought Jessie was just All brains and no bronze. The government turned on the sun to drag everyone back inside. Yep. They got there because, yeah, that was just a reason. I think they incited the protests on purpose in order to mobilize the military to not raise suspicion of strategically moving equipment around, just like the parade, okay? It was all part of the plan. We are about to go to all-out war over these minerals. If we do not secure these minerals, we are effed. We have lost. We will be a third world country. That's where we're at. It's going to be boots on the ground kind of stuff, and maybe even hot war here. And if you don't believe it, you're not paying attention to history, and you're not paying attention to the narrative.
Iran has also directed its proxy groups to embed sleeper cells in the homeland to be activated. Experts we spoke to said that should the U.S. join these attacks on Iran, they may try to activate these sleeper cells. Kelly.
Iran's operatives in the U.S. will strike.
So you think we need to understand and remember that you've got Iranian operatives in the United States right now?
Yes.
One coming out today, White House is currently monitoring possible Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. Here's another one that came out. Trump administration boosts monitoring of possible Iran-backed cells in the U.S. as Trump weighs strikes. Highly vulnerable Iranian supreme leader may try to activate sleeper cells in the West. As
Spider-Man says Trump ceasefire deal now in effect.
So
Let's see if it holds.
Sleeper cell warning list coming out this back in 2023. The first one is Washington, D.C. They know there are sleeper cells in Washington, D.C. all throughout New York. There's so many in New York. There's no specific locations, just the entire state of New York has sleeper cells. San Francisco, California, Santa Clara, California, Los Angeles, California, San Diego, California, Houston, Texas, Arlington, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Boca Raton, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Orlando, Florida, Tampa, Florida, Boston, Massachusetts, Playfield, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, Cleveland, Ohio, Laurel, Maryland, Potomac, Maryland, Harridan, Virginia, Springfield, Virginia, Raleigh, North Carolina, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Charlotte, North Carolina, Detroit, Michigan, Columbia, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, Denver, Colorado, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Tucson, Arizona, and Seattle, Washington.
Iran has also directed its proxy groups to embed sleeper cells in the homeland.
So yeah, this is still on the table here. Yeah, the list goes on and on. So this war's not over, and it's coming to U.S. soil. It's coming. If you don't think so, you've lost the plot. Raleigh, North Carolina, I need to get out. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I got out of LA a long time ago. It's been a couple years now, and I am so grateful I did. Not only did the home I sold burn to the ground, the climate, the unrest is crazy. Iran just fired more missiles. This is crazy. Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Iran fired more missiles, broke the ceasefire. Breaking news right now, ladies and gentlemen. Not confirmed yet. We will confirm. It looks like Iran just fired more missiles, breaking the ceasefire that Donald Trump set in motion. This would mean big red candles. Let's look at the market. I do see some red. Jesse, can we get a confirmation on that? If those missiles were fired just now, I'd give it an hour or so if it did, for the market to start coming down. If those just happen right now, expect a retracement downward. Yeah, let's see how long it holds. And then 2 minutes later, I know it sounds like funny, like a joke or whatever, but this is serious. This is very serious right now. Jesse, do you have a fact check on the missiles? Okay, I'll bring you up right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so from what I'm seeing, because I'm watching it live on my tablet, that Israelis claiming that they are being hit with more missiles. I saw a video, but don't know if that's from this morning. But it looks like you can hear the sirens and everything going off in the video. But in the article that I'm reading as it live updates, it's one of the ones that I follow because I don't necessarily trust Fox or CNN. It's saying that Iran made it very clear that if they kept firing after 4 a.m., there would be no possible ceasefire or truce or anything like that. And the missiles kept going, so they are going full force, and Israelis are kind of backtracking about the ceasefire thing. And I think it was just a really great publicity stunt. But yeah, they're still shooting missiles, unfortunately, from what I can see.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Yeah, it looks like it's happening. Let me see if I can pull this up. Live updates. Ceasefire status is unclear after Israel reports continued missiles from Iran. This is live. Maybe we'll see some, I'll leave this up because this is live footage of what's going on. And maybe we'll see a missile. But if we see something in this, then we'll know for sure. I would imagine Jesse's going to come back on. She's got more to say. Go ahead, Jesse.
I don't know if it's more to say, but more of a question, because, and I need people to maybe think it through, and all I can give you is the facts of what happened is that you had our president, who had a lot to lose, claim there's a ceasefire. Both countries never said it, that there was any type of agreement or anything like that. Israel is still standing that, well, we thought about it, but never said, oh, we totally agreed. Iran was definitely not on board, was like, if you keep firing at us, we're firing back. There is no timeline cut off. If you're going to keep firing, we're firing back. My question is, was that just a ruse to make it seem like the president wants to look like, no, I set up a truce, but Iran just didn't want to follow the rules and now gives us more of a reason to go after them harder? Or am I missing something? Like, obviously, I don't know. I'm not a politician. I'm not in the military, but it is an honest question. Like, was this just all a setup?
I think you're right. I think it was a setup. I think that this happened so that we can say, oh, Iran didn't follow the ceasefire, so now we're going to bomb the shit out of them and have a good reason to go after them. And, you know, it's also, you know, going to keep the market from tanking. They get to get a bit of a correction from this. It slows the ride down. Oh, looks like, look at, there's a missile flying through the air. I can see it right now live. There, it looks like there is a missile flying through the air right now. Not confirmed, not 100%. Let's wait and see. It looks like there is something. It could be a plane. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman? Is it a missile? We don't know. Okay. Marco says, come on, you have to give her a raise now. You know, I'm gonna have to give her a raise. The chat has spoken. All right. I guess if we raised like another $100 in today's live, I will give her $100 a week raise. TikTok seller says, yeah, it's easy for you guys to say the markets are crashing and I have no income coming in. If we can raise $100 this live, I'll give her $100 a week raise. How about that? That's a massive raise, by the way, Jesse. I doubt it's going to happen, so that's why I said it. Can you send the camera link? In Discord, I don't know, but it's apnews.com/live Iran apnews.com/live/Iran-Israel war. I'll copy it and put it in the chat here. Hold on. I'm going to have to put it in the chat on Twitch because it won't let me do it on TikTok. It looks like something. I think it's a plane or something. I don't know what that is. It seems to be moving too slow. Let me blow this up. No pun intended. Maybe that's a fighter jet. It seems, maybe it's a flag. It seems too stagnant because like that bird just flew by, but there was like nothing here and then it came into frame. Maybe it's a helicopter. It sure looked like one right here because it was far away. You couldn't see it and it moved like from right here over to here and now it's just stopped. Oh, maybe the Iron Dome took it out. That is possibility. I didn't even think of that. Jesse needs a raise. Jesse, you are one smart cookie. We are so appreciative to have you. Let's see if we can raise $100. I'll tell you what, if you guys raise $100 today, I will raise Jesse's income to $100 a week. That's an extra $400 a month for Jesse. That would be pretty life-changing, huh? I doubt we're gonna raise it. That's why I say it. But I will consider a raise. But if we raised $100 today, I will raise her every week. Every week we will raise it. Wait till the mainstream gets off the news. I know, right? All right, I'm going to take this down. We'll keep a little window. I'm going to keep a little window off screen just in case something happens. I'll be keeping an eye on it. And if we see something, we'll pull it up. TikTok seller says he's going to keep an eye on it too. Yeah. So,
Breaking news, the Doomsday aircraft E-4B has just made an emergency liftoff from Washington, D.C. Earlier today, satellites captured it breaking through the clouds at an extraordinary rate of climb with a course arrow that appears to be locked in the direction of Tehran, where the aircraft could stay in the air or any national emergency. This plane can stay in the air. The sudden appearance of this airborne command post that could survive a nuclear war, coinciding with the start of the Iranian-Israeli war, has sparked panic all over the internet as many like to create fear. Doomsday airplanes do fly, but this one doesn't look like it took off for training. What makes people even more confused is why the regular route was deliberately avoided. Due to the current situation in Israel and Iraq, they will not carry out the so-called maintenance flights. The military claimed that this is just routine training. Informed sources revealed that this is actually acquired together. Brian Spy, the air or before, basically. This, the White House, to other countries to pass the Code of Nuclear Deterrence and and some people have decoded its flight trajectory for the doomsday clock metaphor, suspected of a large-scale conflict in the final countdown.
Yeah, that's interesting. By the way, if you hear like a humming in the background, that's the live feed. Let me mute it. There, that's better. Okay, so let's see. Let's do this one. The bases were not destroyed, but we knew this was going to happen. Good night, Gideon Marie. Gideon Marie never makes it to the end anymore. So this is also something to take into consideration. So this is satellite imaging. Major breaking: CBS has obtained aerial photos of the Fondo nuclear site before the bombings and claim it shows evidence that Iran removed its nuclear material beforehand. 16 trucks were spotted moving materials. So who knows what other bases they have that we have no idea exist. How did they know Yolevi? How did they know to leave? Oh, Jesse, why don't you give us your speculation on why they left? I'm going to mic you and go ahead and tell us your speculation, because I agree with your speculation on this one. So go ahead, you're live.
Okay, granted, this is just from news that I've read and my own conclusion, so it's just that. But Putin 3 days ago had pulled his scientists out of Iran, and then this popped up. They were, and they had even made the statement, "You pretty much bombed nothing. We already moved everything out." So who told them? What did Trump tell Putin? And so Putin could get his guys out, and Putin told Iran, like, "Hey, you might want to move." So my thing is, where was the weak link, and how did they know? Who told them that was coming? The very next day, they shipped everything out of these bunkers.
Well,
that's my question.
The day
It's more of a
before,
question.
the day before, Trump met with Putin, right? So, could it have been Putin? I think it was Putin. It's his scientist. It's his.
Someone snitched.
Yep. I think Putin has everything to gain from, just like we have our hand in every cookie jar, I think Putin and China do as well. Big Baller says probably Lindsey Graham.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it was Putin. I think Trump may or may not have tipped him off. Maybe they were hoping that they would move it from a different site to something that they could actually reach with a bunker buster, follow where it's going to, and it being a less fortified area. That's what I'm assuming. I think it may have been strategic. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was nefarious. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was just a way to prove that it exists so that we can go marching in there, boots on the ground. What do you think, Jesse? Do you think it was to get the stuff out from underground so that we could see where it's going, or give a valid reason to infiltrate the company or the country?
I honestly believe that that's too many coincidences. And I think they were just trying to find where it's at. They're looking for something. It clearly wasn't to destroy the bunkers. They really didn't care about that. It was very superficial. So they're, in my opinion, to do that was to be able to look and see where their main target is. We just don't know what that target is yet. I mean, we can speculate, but do we really know? No. So I don't know. We made China mad. We can't get that mineral from them without paying a heavy price. Russia and Donald Trump have a weird relationship, so I don't know how that would go with the whole Ukraine thing. And now Iran, who's also tied with Russia, and Russia being the only person that didn't get the higher tariffs. I don't know. It just seems very speculative, but too many coincidence. That's not a coincidence anymore.
Neo says in the chat, explain the Chinese military cargo planes that were landing. Can you do a fact check on that and see if there were Chinese cargo planes landing in Iran for us? And let's see if that lines up with our timeline, because maybe that's all on its way to China. Who knows? Or maybe it's on its way to somewhere unknown moon base. They're sending it underground to get the lizard people to help them create a nuke so the lizard people can reign supreme. I'm being hyperbolic, okay? I'm kidding. But there is lizard people. Just kidding. No, just kidding. I'm the stream 1 hour, 13 minutes ago. The camera moved to smoke in the sky. Oh! In the live stream, there was a streak of smoke that moved through the sky. I'm sure Iron Dome took it down. So I believe you. Did I see it? No. But I believe you. I think we're going to see Iran continuing to send missiles just to let the world know that, hey, we're not backing down. But I think Iran is also probably holding back on its missiles with Israel in order to possibly attack U.S. military bases. But they can actually put out more missiles than they shoot. So Iran can just replenish their stockpiles, whereas Israel can't. Big Baller says, you're in Hollywood, there are reptilians. I'm not gonna, we'll talk about that one on Twitch. Not here. Not here. Let's see, where is it? I think it's this one.
Iron Dome and Arrow missile defense systems using the Fata-2 missile, which is equipped with a hypersonic glide vehicle capable of reaching speeds between Mach 5 and Mach 20, up to 17,900 kilometers per hour or roughly 10,000 miles per hour. At such extreme speeds, the missile leaves air defense systems like Iron Dome, Arrow, and David's Sling with very little time to detect, track, and engage the threat, making interception efforts exceptionally difficult. This is how it works. The Fata-2 missile launches with a solid fuel booster that pushes it to hypersonic speeds, reportedly over Mach 15, as it climbs to high altitudes. Once it reaches the edge of the atmosphere, the booster separates and the glide vehicle, carrying the warhead, begins its independent flight. Re-entering the atmosphere at extreme speed, the glide vehicle uses its aerodynamic design and a small liquid fuel engine to maneuver unpredictably, typically flying between 12 and 30 kilometers above the ground. As it approaches the target, it drops to a lower altitude and performs sharp evasive maneuvers at speeds above Mach 5. This combination of speed, agility, and a shifting flight path makes it incredibly hard for air defenses to track or intercept. What sets the Fata-2 apart from conventional ballistic missiles is its ability to maneuver during flight. While traditional missiles follow predictable parabolic trajectories, the Fata-2 breaks from this pattern. It uses aerodynamic control surfaces and a movable nozzle powered by hydrazine fuel to adjust its course while gliding through the atmosphere. This is the reason you see the dragon tail all over Israeli sky. These continuous and unpredictable trajectory changes make the missile extremely difficult to track. Its erratic flight path confuses radar systems and overwhelms targeting algorithms that are designed to handle more conventional, stable trajectories. Iran reportedly managed to penetrate Israel's Iron Dome and Arrow missile.
Okay. So, Spider-Man on Twitch says, Iran just launched more Game On. Yeah. Big Baller says 20 minutes till ceasefire. I think you're in the wrong time zone, bro. We've already reached that point. We're already past. Why you say no? Elaborate. Jesse, can we get a fact check? Is the 7 a.m. ceasefire, has it reached that time yet? Are we at the 7 a.m. time? We may have to go over. Maybe we'll do a Twitch exclusive overtime just to monitor what's going on after that time, if that's the case. Jesse, do a fact check on the ceasefire. And find out exactly what our time here, Pacific Standard Time, the ceasefire ends or starts, and see what you can find on that. Because I believe that we're there. I'm seeing some places say ceasefire starts at 12 a.m. Eastern Time. Some say it already started. It was supposed to start at 4 a.m. So here's what I do know is Iran said if they don't stop firing at a certain time, they're going to do it. And Iran is firing missiles now. So I'm thinking no ceasefire. I'm thinking no ceasefire, guys. It could happen, but I mean, come on. We literally just went over why there's not going to be a ceasefire. Okay. This has to be, the US has to gain control of this, and Iran would rather give this to China before they're going to give it to us. It was to start at 4 a.m. in Iran. Trump said 7 a.m. Israel time. Okay. Is it 7 a.m. Israel time right now? That is the question. Has 7 a.m. Israeli time come to pass? It's 6:40 is what Big Baller says. TikTok Seller says 6:40 a.m. Let's get a fact check on that. Is it 7 a.m. Israeli time yet, or is it 6:40? It is 6:40. So we'll see what happens. Big Baller says, I'm right. Yes, you were right. But we have to fact check these things because like time zones and things, there's a lot of misinformation coming out about this. A lot of misinformation. And with that confusion will come panic. With confusion comes panic. With panic comes selling. Let's take a look at the market real quick. Let's see what's happened. That's pretty much where it was. Nothing real. Alarms are going off in Israel. Not good. I'm thinking no ceasefire. That's what I believe.
We have major breaking news right now. According to NBC News, Iran sent a communique to the Trump administration warning them if Trump attacked, Iran would activate a network of sleeper cells in the United States for attacks in the United States of America. This is breaking right now. The message got to Trump through an intermediary at the Group of Seven summit in Canada last week, which Trump left early. The communique to Trump was sent to the days before last night's strikes, threatening to activate sleeper cell terror inside the United States if it were attacked. Meanwhile, now the State Department has issued a worldwide alert, issuing worldwide caution as a result of the strikes in Iran, saying that the Department of State advises U.S. citizens worldwide to exercise increased caution. You can read the full travel advisory on their network. Oil prices, meanwhile, continue to jump as a result of the strikes and the potential for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This is getting more serious with each passing hour. And the craziest part of it all is we don't even know if Iran's nuclear program was actually destroyed. Spread the word and follow along for more. We have some big news right now. U.S. officials are now telling the New York Times that they don't know the whereabouts of enriched uranium that was actually taken out, according to U.S. officials, from the nuclear sites prior to the bombing. This is significant news. Right now, senior officials are conceding that they do not know the whereabouts of Iran's stockpile of near bomb-grade uranium. And there is even evidence that Iran had moved equipment and uranium from the site in recent days. There are growing evidence that the Iranians had removed 400 kilograms, or roughly 880 pounds of uranium enriched to 60% purity, which is just below the 90% purity that is usually used in nuclear weapons. And now no one knows where this uranium is in Iran. It could very well have been dispersed to other nuclear sites. It could be underground somewhere. I mean, no one knows. And so even assuming what the administration is true concerning destroying nuclear sites, which there's contradicting reporting on right now, the actual uranium needed for the weapons, well, no one knows where it is. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, linked in bio, so subscribe for free.
No one knows where the uranium is. Yeah, it could be mind games with Iran. I agree. That is a possibility. I'm watching the live feed right now, and it looks like there's a smoke trail. You kind of see it. It's that zigzag pattern. It's kind of broken up now. But that looks like the zigzag. It's like a straight line. Oh, looks like an explosion right now. You see it? See this? Oh, yeah. That's something. Something hit. Yeah, that's another one. This guy needs to zoom out. It looks like it got shot down. The only way these ever get through the Iron Dome is if they bombard them. Okay. I know who hired this guy, right? But it's like this, okay? They shoot one or two, you know, that's them letting them know we're not ceasefiring. That's what I'm seeing, or them saying that's a big middle finger. Okay. Why send missiles up until the time of the ceasefire? It makes no sense to me. It seems like a shot across the bow. One at a time like that, not a big deal. The Iron Dome's going to get it. What happens is when they break through the Iron Dome is when they bombard them with tons of them, and they're just flying. And then the Iron Dome can't keep up with it. This is a message. They're sending a message to Israel. We are not backing down. That's what I see. That's what I see. It sounds like a big middle finger. I'll keep this over here. But that was a bad shot, but we clearly saw like the smoke, you know, coming up. So it looks like it got shot down. But the missiles are still flying. Spider-Man says, I'm seeing some places say the ceasefire starts at 12 a.m. Eastern time, and some say it already started. Yeah, I don't think it started yet. I think it starts in like 10 minutes. They're creating fear and confusion. This is the fog of war, ladies and gentlemen. The fog of war. I don't think it happens in 14 minutes. Oh, I just saw one. I just saw one. It shot across right here. I saw it. Yeah, the confusion is on purpose. It's called fog of war. They do that on purpose in order to create confusion with the enemy and with the people. It's all part of how war happens. Let's see here.
Today, it is clearer than ever. The Islamic Republic is collapsing. Credible reports indicate that Ali Khamenei's family and the family of senior regime officials are making preparations to flee Iran. The regime is on its last legs in towns and cities across the country. The military is fractured. Today, it is clearer than ever. The Islamic Republic is collapsing. Credible reports indicate that Ali Khamenei's family and the family of senior regime officials are making preparations to flee Iran. The regime is on its last legs in towns and cities across the country. The military is fractured. Today, it is clearer than ever. The Islamic Republic is collapsing. Credible reports in
So, regime change, maybe? I think that's what the U.S. is pushing for. Regime change or make a deal. Wouldn't be the first time we went into a country and pushed for a regime change, but I don't think it's a good idea, because if you get that regime change, it opens a vacuum, okay? And it creates radical Islamic groups like ISIS. That's how we got ISIS in Iraq. So hard to say, because F-15s, they can get air superiority and take over the skies, but it takes boots on the ground to occupy a street corner. That's why they could never win the war in Iraq, because there were just people everywhere armed, and they could not occupy the streets and take over because the people just never gave up. Revolution says Donald J. DTJ. Do you mean DJT? Mentioned regime change might be for the best. Putin said better not. LOL. Yeah, Donald J. Trump. I don't think a regime change is the way to go. That's going to end up with another 20-year war in the Middle East. Boots on the ground. We do not want that, but I think that that's the end goal here. And that's pretty much it. But this is interesting. Look at what happened in Times Square.
Wow, what's going on?
I don't know when this
Square?
happened.
Let's see how long this is gonna be for. Wait till the end. It might switch to something else. Yo, every screen.
Jesse,
Look,
can you
there's
find
people.
out when
is
this
not
happened?
Fake. This is not false. Everybody's looking around. Like, what's going on?
A says yesterday was so scary. I'm from Qatar. Yeah, man.
Wow.
It looks like
It's like a
Times
moment of
Square
silence
got
for no
hacked.
reason.
Can you do a fact check on this? Because I seen this and I was like, this is interesting. I didn't have time to fact check it.
Right, Kay? I'm not bugging, right?
What does this
It
mean?
could have happened a long time ago. Who knows?
Yo.
Looks like it might
Yeah,
have
the
happened in
eyes
May.
The old cartoon show, Celebrity Deathmatch.
It looks like it's
Wow,
been
this is
debunked.
really
It's been debunked.
brought to you by Town Square Kid the Wiz.
It's
We
debunked.
are here and wondering what's going on.
It's debunked. It's a
Wow, what's going on?
it's for the artist that created the Black woman statue in Times Square, Thomas J. Price. It looks like it's debunked. Okay. But this is why I decided to bring it up and fact check it on here, because I pretty much knew it was probably fake. But the reason I brought it up is because if it wasn't, it's alarming. But here's the thing is everyone was speculating cyber attacks from Iran. And then these types of videos started popping up on social media. And the lesson to take from this is do not believe everything you see on social media. Do not believe everything you see and hear on the news, okay? Because they're lying to you. It's all in order to create fear, to create a reaction, to create clickbait. So be careful out there, people. This this world we live in this digital space that we're in right now, you're in my digital space, okay? This is my digital space. And what I'm trying to do is create a place where we can find the truth of what's going on in this new technological sphere that we're all stuck inside of, okay? And we need to be aware that it's nothing but trickery of the mind. This war is being fought in your mind right now, not just on the battlefield, not just overseas, okay? It is being fought in your mind. And it's very important that we stay vigilant and that we fact check and verify everything that we see. And we also are careful in what we're reposting. Be aware. Be aware, be awake, be vigilant. Because what you do or what you post can affect many other people like a spider web. I'll leave it at that for today. No lizard people today. Maybe I'll do a segment later on this week. We'll do an exclusive on lizard people and fun stuff like that. I think we got one more here. We got a couple, actually. This is from the Pentagon. This old news. But here. This is what Iran has to say after the bombing. So this happened over the weekend.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to be with you this morning. Actually, we invited you yesterday for a briefing on the latest developments on the ground and, of course, on diplomatic process. Because I came here from Geneva, where we had our first ministerial meeting of Iran E3, and then I had here yesterday lots of useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region, and we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for a peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications
actually, I think we're a few minutes
of
away.
its act of aggression. The US military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion with the genocidal Israeli regime, has once again revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran, who will never compromise over their independence and sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and people by all means necessary against not just US military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of putting an end to America's costly involvement of forever wars in our part of the world, he has betrayed not only Iran by abusing our commitment to diplomacy, but also deceived his own voters by submitting to the wishes of a wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives. The US act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime. The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other relevant international bodies of their duty and responsibility to take urgent and decisive action in response to this breach of international law. Silence in the face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General, who through evident bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out its legal responsibility in response to the dangerous US attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, all of which have been under the agency's full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security, interests, and people. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was Iran's response to the U.S. bombing their nuclear facility over the weekend. I wanted to make sure that we covered what happened still. So Big Baller says alarms going off and then says ceasefire is now, anything after that is game on. Yeah, so we're going to have to watch and be vigilant. I'll tell you what, one rocket from here on out, expect red candles for sure. I would say just expect red candles for retracement, fair market value. But if the ceasefire is broken, we'll probably see that 180 to 175, maybe 172, and even as low as 160. They'll probably make out that it's a religious attack and cover up the real truth of minerals. Oh, exactly. For sure. 100%. TA on Ondo. Yeah, I can do a little bit of TA here. I can do a little bit of TA. We just didn't have a lot of time. We ran over because of having Cosmic on, but we love Cosmic Crypto. I'm a huge fan of Cosmic. Make sure you guys go follow him. All right, let's see here. I'm excited to buy. I'm so ready to buy. The time is coming very soon. We'll do Ondo and Algo, and then we'll go, because I want to see where they're at. I'm ready to buy. I'm so ready to buy. Ooh. Hold on, let me find a different one. Ondo Finance US dollar. Here we go. Ooh. It looks like it hit our point. What did we say? We said 165 to 160. It hit 162. And then it popped right back up. Is it over going down? Probably not. It could potentially go to 53 to 50 cents. That's where I'm looking at. I'm looking at somewhere around 50 cents on this one. But if everything starts turning around this week, ceasefire and things start getting better, I'd say then maybe we're potentially turned around and we're ready to take off and go up. This is a descending channel here, which would indicate upward movement, but the news can just kill all of that. So Ondo looks like it's ready to take off according to the charts. The news will tell, time will tell. If you're so ready to buy, that means you have money, so give her a raise. That's the thing, is I need to get into the market, and it needs to move up so that I can afford to pay everybody. If we get in and this thing takes off to a new all-time high of like $2.50, everybody here's getting a nice little bonus. Yeah, it's a possibility it could run lower. It could also be bottomed out. It hit our mark. It hit our mark. The candle closed on our mark. It actually went a little bit lower. But it could potentially still go to like 58 or 50 cents, somewhere around there. Maybe 53. What's up, Francesca? How you doing? Francesca, you're still coming on Friday, right? Are you still coming on the show? I'm excited to have Francesca on the show. I've been anticipating it for a while. She's always so busy. We never get to chat except for in other people's lives. I'm busy too, though. So yeah, this one could potentially come down more. It does look like it's finding a bottom, though. It does look like it. I'm excited for this one. This one's going to pay off. It's okay, Francesca. No worries. Let's look at Algo one time, and then we're going to end the live. Because I'm about ready. I'm almost ready to buy. Oh yeah, Friday is going to be fun. Look it did it. 15 cents on the dot, baby. Just a little above, so it went to 15.2. Called this one perfectly, and then it ran up. This one as well, a descending channel. So it could be poised for a break upward. That would take it to minimum 20 cents, but I would think it may be on its way for upward movement. And you know, it's probably going to do stuff like this, you know. It's probably going to go up and then down and then, you know, probably do something like that. Maybe even sooner. But yeah, I'd say that these are almost prime for the picking. I thought we had more time, but things may be turning around sooner than I hoped. But Algo and Ondo hit to the cent. So if you put in those price points, those limit orders, ooh, you caught some money today, you know. I think there is a possibility for another move down. We could definitely see 14, 13.9, and even as low as 10 cents. We'll see. If things start turning around and the world starts being sunshine and rainbows, then I'll definitely buy. I'm okay with not catching the entire thing. I just want to make sure that things have turned around. Don't forget, July tariffs go into place on the 9th. Will Donald Trump remove them? Who knows? So if he does remove them, I'll expect it to go off. like, yeah, sunshine minus the rainbow, right? I get it. Get it. Instead of the rainbow goes up and then back down. We shall see. We shall see. I want a clear indication of upward movement, and then I will strike. And then, hey, when it takes off, we'll probably, who knows? We could see all-time highs on this one. What if we saw $2.50 on this? What if we saw $3? What did the stock market do during World War I, World War II? It crashed, and then it recovered very quickly, and a lot of people made a lot of money. That's what happened. Yeah, I agree with you, Francesca. We're not out of the woods yet. Yeah, I'm excited for Algo and Ondo to do something spectacular. Maybe it'll be lackluster. Maybe it only pumps up to like 45 cents. And still, that's some money made. We'll see. I'd like to see an altcoin season that takes, you know, projects like Algo, Ondo, XRP up to new all-time highs. That would be very great. I'd love to see, you know, a $5, $8, $10 XRP. I'd love to see it. Not convinced, but there is a lot of money on the sidelines waiting. I'm one of them. My money is on the sideline. I'm waiting for everything to look better. I want everyone to succeed too. But yeah, people that were in smart money positions got out of the market already, are waiting for things to chill out, and then it'll all move right back in, and then you'll see crazy movement. Neo says we got to get it before Oz. Yeah. Yeah, I want everyone to win too. That's the whole goal here. Is I want the whales to be our exit liquidity. I want the whales to pay our checks. That's what I want. I want the whales to lose. Somebody's got to lose, you know? Somebody's got to lose. Send a whale if you think that the whales are going to lose. Let me see here. Send a whale if you think we're going to take the money from the whales. Where are the whales at? The whale is my favorite gift to get, by the way. Here it is. We'll do one. Send a whale if you think the whales are going to lose, baby. I don't see any bombs going off. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Hey, you're lagging. Hook up that T1 line again. What? I mean, I wouldn't say that we're out of the woods yet. That's for sure, Francesca, but it is a good sign. We shall see. Yeah, the next week or so will tell. And I would say this, there's a likelihood that Iran upholds the ceasefire for a little bit. There's a little bit of talks and negotiations that happen, and then pow! Nobody gets nothing. It's about minerals. You think they're going to just give up all that? They're going to say, we want a fat check. But do you think Iran wants to give the U.S. control of those minerals? Hell no. Hell no. And if you think so, if you think Iran wants to make a deal, remember this video. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
بعضی از این حرفایی که در این سفر رئیس جمهور آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد لایق جواب دادن نیست.
Watch this video, Francesca. They're not going to give us shit. We're going to have to go in there, boots on the ground, and take it from them.
اینقدر سطح حرف پایینه که مایه سرفکندگی گوینده حرف و مایه سرفکندگی ملت آمریکاست. اونا رو کار نداره. لکن یکی دو جمله رو باید روش توجه بکنیم.
Revolution, thank you for the dolphin.
ترامپ گفت که میخواد از قدرت برای صلح استفاده کنه. دروغ گفت.
Jesse's showing you guys up. Jesse's sending dolphins. Somebody's got to show up Jesse with a whale. Jesse sent a dolphin.
ایشون و مسئولان آمریکایی دولت‌های آمریکا از قدرت استفاده کردن برای قتل عام غزه، برای جنگ افروزی در هر جایی که بتوانند.
Ooh, I almost forgot to cover something. Where is it? Jesse, can you look up the trade route that Iran is threatening to shut down? It's some type of channel. Let me see if I can look it up. I'll try to look it up too. See if you can look it up. Yeah, the Houdan. So this is the Houdan, and Iran is threatening to shut this off. The Strait of Hormuz? No, it's the Strait of Hormuz. So India is threatening to shut this down. If this shuts, there's already ships that are detouring and going other directions because they don't want to go through here. I know, but you have to understand supply chain disruption inbound. Ships have already corrected course and are going the long way because they don't want to go through here. Even if it's not shut down and it's open right now. Neo, thank you for the floating octopus. Yeah. So if this, even if it's not shut down, there are already ships that have changed course and are not going through there. They're like, I don't want to get caught in that. Okay. So supply chain disruptions. All right. This is just because it's not shut down doesn't mean that ships aren't going to stay away from it. Just keep that in mind. All right, friends. Thank you all for your overwhelming support, all the gifts. We raised $19.98, and I think we raised like $8 or $9 in the last live before we had Cosmic come on. So thank you very much for your gifts. You guys have been very generous to the show. We did not raise $100, so Jesse's not getting a raise. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, people. Thank you, Macro. Thank you, TikTok Seller. Thank you, Francesca. Thank you, everyone. Neo, Joe, Sazarez, Eric, BV, Mother of Dragons, Guinea Marie, Pallet Town, Nico, Henry, Roy Lopez, Seamont, Apex Alpha, Sith Lord, Akram, Danny Gibson, Brian, Revolution, Mr. Chavez, Bullish Babe, RC Blockchain, Big Baller, Web3 Glossary, Fredrum, Francesca. Let's see who else. We got Casey Rose, Marco. Yeah. Thank you all, everyone. I sent an octopus to get her dolphin. Yeah, dolphins eat octopuses. You got to send a whale. And I think even a whale would lose to a dolphin. Don't dolphins beat up killer whales? I'm pretty sure. Or is it the other way around? I feel like dolphins beat up whales. Yeah, for fun. We're down subscribers. We were at 95. We're up to 89. Some people did not resubscribe. Oh, well, those were probably gifted subscriptions, so I get it. They're not really taking advantage of it. So those of you that did, oh, Spider-Man says Iran launched more missiles. Ceasefire is over. Jesse, can you do a fact check on that? Has Iran broken the ceasefire? If Iran broke the ceasefire, this is why we're kind of going over a little bit. If Iran broke the ceasefire, that's it. That's it. Oh, man. Orcas eat octopuses. Yeah. So send a whale to eat the octopus. Send a whale to eat Neo's octopus. Orcas eat dolphins. Ah, send a whale to eat the dolphin. Your draw didn't move an inch? What do you mean your draw? Let me tell you, a lot of people are just asleep right now. Oh, your jaw didn't move an inch. Oh, got you. A lot of people are asleep right now. They're going to wake up to the news tomorrow and they're going to go, oh, shit. If the ceasefire is broken, that's what's going to happen. Jesse, can you do a fact check on that and see if Iran launched more missiles? Let's do a fact check first. We'll stay here and get that verified. But I would imagine that if the ceasefire has been broken, tomorrow when everyone wakes up, it's going to be over. That's why I do the show the time I do it. Okay. Yeah, ceasefire will be broken. That will completely drop the market. Give it a couple days. I agree with that 100%. Okay, here you go, Jesse. You are mic'd.
It's saying that Iran has continued to send missiles, but at the same time, there's so much confusion because Iran said 4 a.m. The president of our country said 7 a.m. Other people are looking at different time frames, and it looks like there's nothing recent that's been reported on different things for me to verify anything. But I've just come across some pictures of things that were destroyed within the last few hours, and aside from that, there's really no, and I don't think they're going to tell us even if there was, because it would go against what's going on, but I don't see anything that's fresh and recent.
3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. At that time, you will know. So that's like, what, 6, 7 a.m. on the East Coast? That's when it will happen. That's when the market opens. The next day, all the traders wake up and they look at the news, they look at the charts, and then if the ceasefire is broken. But I'm telling you right now, it's going to get broken. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. We don't want to see anyone get hurt or anything like that. We don't want to see this war. We don't want any more of it. But as we covered earlier, it's highly unlikely because of the minerals that are there. This is a war over rare earth minerals. Yeah, Iran keeps us saying they agreed to nothing. Exactly. No ceasefire. I'm going to put it. It's done. Iran has already said that they're not making any deals. That Israel was the aggressor, the U.S. is the aggressor, and they're pissed off. That's what I see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on the charts, and we'll cover the news tomorrow. And hopefully there's a ceasefire, but I think not. I think it's highly unlikely. So do what you will with that information. The markets are up. Take profits. It's always take profits. Not financial advice, but take profits. All right. Has Iran said they're at war yet? They're just in self-defense. Iran's saying they're in self-defense. Spider-Man says sirens are going off in North Israel right now. I'm not seeing anything on the image. Not seeing anything. But who knows? This camera guy is not good. New barrage of missiles just reported after the ceasefire. Wow. After the deadline. Yeah, how many times has Trump said there was a tariff deal? Exactly. Thank you, Neo. Thank you. No deals, no ceasefire. War is not over. That was just a way to halt the market from completely tanking. Okay, that's all it is. It's market manipulation. That's why I factor in the moon cheese now. That's why I'm not saying it's going to $1. And I'm trying to be more reasonable because I understand that everyone thinks it's going to $11. So they're buying up XRP at any price because they're like, oh, $2 is a bargain. $5 is a bargain. They will buy it at any price because once it starts moving, they're going to say, we're going to $11. So I'm keeping that in mind. But I still want to see confirmation. I want to get in at the very bottom, buy it up, so that way I don't have to worry about it. I can sleep at night and say, oh yeah, moon, baby, moon. So, yeah, no ceasefire. That's done. Will the markets tank? Obviously, they're going to move down. Will they tank? I don't know. I'm assuming yes. I'm assuming yes. Downward movement. Thank you all, everyone. Casey Rose, thank you for the Community Fest. And Revolution, thank you for the Community Fest. Marco, thank you for the 10 Community Fest. The 5 GGs. Roses, goats. So many gifts. So many gifts. TikTok seller with the 9 roses, Neo with the floating octopus, Revolution with the dolphin. Thank you guys. Spider-Man says Israel closed its airspace. Hasn't that already been happening? Man. I want to end the live, but there's just so much developing right now, you know, and like this show is the news, you know. I'm the news, so it's like, what do I do? Do I end the live? We're already 30 minutes over. I think I need to let Jesse go home. Jesse, do you want to go home or do you want to stay because there's air conditioning? Jesse, tell me, you will decide if we go into overtime because I'm the one paying you. This is your raise. You're getting overtime. So, Mike, you. Oh, that's not good. All right, go ahead.
What do you mean that's not good? I am a delight. No, yeah, I need to head out because I am extremely exhausted, but just a recap of what happened. About a minute ago, reading it live, Israeli missile warning comes after ceasefire deadline passes. Another barrage of missiles are heading towards Israel. There's can't be a ceasefire if both parties don't agree. So we're all just going to have to hope this plays out or they eventually stop. And there's nothing we can cover news-wise because we're not going to have all the details till the morning.
Exactly. We just have to wait for this one to simmer. Justin Kelly says, wouldn't we see the market right now, either in crypto or after hours, if it was an issue? No, we would see it the next morning. So 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that would be like 6 or 7 a.m. on the East Coast. That's when it'll happen. That's when it happens. That's the sweet spot. So the markets are up. If you think everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning and say, oh, crap, no ceasefire, then, yeah, you may want to get out. Up to you, not financial advice. But that's why I do this show the time that I do it. Because it's a pivotal moment in the market right now. And this is when you get early entry or early exit. And tomorrow morning it will be too late. You will wake up and it's done. It's over. Yeah, Asian markets play a role in that too. Yeah, more SXT to buy now. Yeah, Marco, bro. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to buy stuff again. I can't wait. I'm like, I know like the world is crashing and everything's bad. It's bad, okay? But I'm excited. I'm excited to finally get back in the market. It's been a long time being out. And I want to replenish my reserves because the team here has been bleeding me dry. Bleeding me dry. I can see it all over your face, bro. I know, right? I hate that people are dying. I hate that all this is happening, but when the markets go down, I am excited, you know? Those are my times to buy. Whereas everybody else is crying and panic selling, I'm cheering. I'm like, yes, finally. And that's why you guys watch this show, because we are smart money. We're getting in at the right places. We're buying at the right time. We're not feeding into FOMO. We are looking for proper entries. No updates other than the ceasefire is officially broken. And we will see what that does to the market. What's up, Censored by TikTok? Glad to have you, bro. I don't see you as much anymore, man. I love Censored by TikTok. He's great. All right, I have to end the live because Jesse's gonna quit if I keep her any longer. So we stayed an extra 5 minutes. Yeah, I know everyone's busy, man. I get it. Glad to have you. Remember, if you missed the live, all of these are recorded and uploaded to YouTube and on Twitch. So if you missed it and you want to recap everything that happened, highly recommend you watch tonight's live if you missed it, or Fridays. Fridays was really good. I've already re-listened to it like 3 times. But tonight's is a good one. Rewatch it. Be educated. Tell your friends. Censored by TikTok. Thank you for the 25 lightning bolts. I got you on all social media sites. Good, man. Go follow me on YouTube. If I can get up to like I think it's like 1,000 followers on YouTube, I can get monetized there. It's free to follow on YouTube, by the way. Yeah, join. I got to put the link to YouTube in the Discord. Everybody needs to be going to YouTube and following me there to, because you're not going to catch every live. So this way you can get caught up on what's going on and be prepared, because anything could change like that. Yes, join the Discord. Link for merchandise is in the Discord. Let me see here. Whoa, that's loud. Okay, we've got our shirts, hoodies, mugs. I got my shirt on. I got my mug here. Get your merchandise. If you want to give to the show and you want to get something back for it, get a hoodie, get some stickers, get a mug, get a t-shirt, you know? And it also helps promote the show. People are going to ask you, what is that? You know, what is that? So get some merchandise. When I go on vacation, I'll catch the back end of the live sometimes. Yeah, man, enjoy your vacation. So glad you're going on vacation. And we have the Discord as well. So join the Discord. Link is in my bio. And if you're interested in TA classes, we have a couple spots left. It is almost full. The TA class is almost full. So if you want to get in on this, you better do it now, because once it's full, that's it. Even if we're not to the 6th yet, when it's starting, once it's full, that's it. Okay. And then you'll have to wait for somebody to leave the class in order to get a spot. Okay. So if you're interested in getting in the TA class, send me a DM and I will walk you through the process of getting signed up. So this is different than your subscription. Okay. Your deluxe subscription is going to get you one-on-one coaching. Okay. Which we formulate a plan for your portfolio or whatever, answer your questions, do TA for you on things on demand when I'm not live, you know. And the TA class is going to teach you how to read the charts like I do. I have my own style. I'm going to teach you my style. You know, definitely educate yourself. There's more than one way to skin a cat. All right. But this way you can do it like me, lightning speed, very quickly. And obviously we are live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. starting after Sunday when we have the TA class. We will no longer be doing, I think it's either Monday or Tuesday. Have not decided what day. We will be taking a day off midweek. So we will be trading the TA class for one of the weekday lives. Haven't quite figured it out which day it's going to be, but we'll go from there. I'm thinking Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably Wednesday. It's like a midweek day. And yeah, I'll see y'all later. Have a good night. Don't forget to find the recordings on YouTube, and on Twitch. If you miss the live, that's where it will be. All right, take care, fam. Love and appreciate you all. TikTok seller, thank you for the backing monkey. All right, we didn't reach $100, so Jesse's fired. No, I'm just kidding, but Jesse's not getting a raise. She may quit. Who knows? That's on her. If she quits because of you, it's all your fault. Just kidding. I doubt she's going to quit. I doubt it. But maybe. You never know. People have lives. They do their thing. Censored by TikTok. Thank you for a lot of goats. 20 goats. Thank you. Thank you very much. I said if we raised $100 today, I was going to give Jesse $100 a week raise. We fell short. I'm sorry. But I set the bar really high because I knew that you guys wouldn't reach it, because I don't really want to do that. But I'm a man of my word. I am a man of my word. I will give you all 10 seconds to send me a Spartan. Who's going to send me a Spartan? How much is a Spartan anyway? I don't even know. I don't even think it's on my radar. Jesse's going to kill me because I'm not ending the live yet. Yeah, we need like a TikTok universe or something. We should do that. Interstellar. How much money is an Interstellar? All right, Jesse's going to beat me. I got to go. Bye, Jesse. Have a good night. Here, I'll take your mic. Thank you. Bye. All right, Jesse's leaving. I want to give Jesse a raise, so I'm like, let's see what happens. All right. Have a good night. I'll see you all. And yeah, the world's getting crazy. Be careful.